All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 5th, 2025 regular meeting of the Township of Montclair Planning Board. In accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and by sending a copy to the newspaper designated by the Township for notices. This meeting is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live and will be available on demand on YouTube. This meeting is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that the board has powers and procedures resembling a court of law, and we are obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from them in order to provide the basis of an official action. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues of what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and the decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. Fire exits are on my right, which is your left, and the back of the room where you entered. And first up is roll call.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present.
Mr. Borshoff.
Present.
Mr. Campbell is excused. Vice Chair Graham.
Here.
Mr. Ian Wally.
Here.
Councillor Lockman.
Here.
Mr. Falaise.
Here.
Miss Willis.
Here.
Mr. Neiman is excused, and Chair Brodock.
I'm here. Next up, we have swearing in of the board professionals. Is that required? We can skip that for this evening, okay. Next up, we have approval of the minutes from April 21st.
So move.
I received some amendments from Chair Brodock. So are there any other changes?
I just had a question. In the discussion of the housing element and fair share plan, the second to last sentence, it says the board also suggested that the inclusionary zoning ordinance be revised to eliminate the minimum density of 8 units per acre. Did we say it should be, or did we say it should be discussed? I can't recall us saying that it should be revised. Is that?
Well, my impression was to eliminate the minimum density so it applies to projects such as the subdivision that was proposed on Lloyd Place, which has a density of less than 8 units per acre. That was.
Is that the recollection of the?
I'm with you, Michael. I don't recall us affirmatively saying that that's the way.
I would just to make sure we're not saying something definitive without binding ourselves to anything, I would just simply change it to say that we, the board suggested a discussion regarding elimination of the 8 units per acre.
How about considered?
Consider, that would work, absolutely.
Yeah, because we never voted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any
Yes,
other
I
changes?
think the changes to the lot was 6.01, I think was the lot designation.
She said, do you have any other
Yep.
changes?
Yeah, I had lot X.
Yeah, I know, it's a placeholder. I found that.
Is there a motion to approve? A second?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Okay, next up is a resolution for 152 High Street.
Mr. Chairman, the resolution is not quite done, and Mr. Tremulak has not reviewed it, which is normally my practice, so I would request that the board carry the resolution to our next meeting.
And that's okay with Mr. Tremulak?
It is.
Okay. Then we will carry it to the next meeting.
Thank you.
That'll be
Welcome.
May 19th.
May 19th? Excellent. Okay, we have no old business, and so next up is the public hearing on the 4th round housing element and fair share plan. And Janice is going to start us off with a presentation, but first off, just to, I guess, for the board, for the public, kind of what the order of operations are for tonight, what we're going to try and do tonight. We're having a hearing on the element that was published. It was, there's a copy that was available in this building. It's also available online. The order tonight will be presentation from Ms. Talley about the contents of that plan. And then after that, we'll take public comment. And I'll explain public comment and how we'll do that a little bit later. And then after that, the public comment's closed. Once everybody's had their opportunity to make their comments, we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting and we'll go into board deliberations. And I know there's discussions that we all need to have and questions we have on the plan. If we can adopt it tonight, that would be ideal. And if we can't adopt it tonight because it's getting late or we have things that need to be addressed, the next meeting that we would carry this to is June 2nd. And in June 2nd, the reason we're not carrying it to the May 19th meeting is we already have 2 applications on that night and a few other things to handle. And so we would carry this to June 2nd, which still provides us enough time to get it to the council before their June 10th meeting, I think it was. Is that when the next council meeting is? The June 10th council meeting. And the reason why that's important is that this housing element is adopted solely by the planning board. However, the new regulations, the new law requires an endorsement by the council of the housing element. And so that's why we want to have our piece done before, or at least in enough time so that the council has time to consider it and to evaluate it at their June 10th meeting. And so want to make sure we get to that point. Yes, Councilor Lockman.
Yeah, I just have a question. If the council does not approve or adopt or whatever, affirm this at its June 10th meeting, then what happens?
It's a great question. I would ask Ms. Talley what happens at that point.
Then we submit it without the council endorsement by the deadline of June 30th, which is when it has to be submitted.
And if it doesn't have the council's endorsement, what does that mean?
That's a good question, and I can't tell you.
Okay.
I know that we're supposed to have it endorsed by the council,
Yeah.
because the June 3rd, the reason why we have a June 30th deadline, it gets submitted to it's called the Dispute Resolution Program at the court. Obviously, here it'd be Essex County Court. That starts the time clock. It starts the time clock by which entity can appeal the plan that is submitted. If we submit it by that date, then we are within the statutory regulations. We're protected from any litigation, builder's remedy, et cetera, et cetera. It starts the time clock for an appeal, and the process is that anybody who wants to object to your plan has until, I believe it's August 31st to appeal, and then September 1st is when the courts start actually reviewing the plan. So that's all I'm saying is that's the time frame that was given to us, and that's actually in the adopted law.
Yeah, but Janice, just a question for you. So if on June 10th the council does not, whatever the word is, endorse it, can we send it back to the planning board and point out things that we think
You would
need
have to
review?
no, you could not, because the planning board would have to renotice and reopen the public hearing process on the housing plan, and there's no way that could be done by June 30th.
And June 30th is a statutory deadline for us to
Yes, it
submit.
is.
And that's part of the reason why we're in a bit of a time crunch, is that the state laid out a time frame going back to last year,
Right.
all the way through at least
Now,
June.
I want to assuage your concern, and I'm going to do the executive summary of this plan. We have an obligation of 0. We have satisfied our affordable housing obligation. So what's in this plan are recommendations on possible actions the township can take if they so choose, based on conversations we've had over the last 2 years on housing policy. You're not tied to anything other than the changing of our administrative requirements to meet the new laws that are currently pending adoption at the state level. Any zoning changes, any other recommendations that are in this plan, this is the purview of the planning board, okay, not the council. And if the planning board, if they agree with some of those recommendations, they can include it. If they don't, they can say exclude it. That's the power of the planning board. And you don't have a gun to your head, because you don't have an obligation to meet a mandated obligation for affordable housing. I'm not saying there's not a need, but there's not a state mandate for Montclair. Okay, and that's, again, the housing element is the purview of the planning board. The council has until March of 2026 to adopt any ordinances that they want. That's the deadline for adopting any ordinances to implement your housing element and fair share plan. So If the council disagrees with anything that is in the plan, my suggestion would be, in a resolution of endorsement, identify the items that you disagree with. And that way, we can comply with the timeframes, we can comply with our housing programs. Because we have a zero obligation, what's key here is we want to continue to collect our development fees. That's key. We want to continue to implement our various housing programs. And you need to, that's really what we need to get with the approval of our housing plan. So that's some background information. If you want me to, and I think that's my executive summary. If you want me to get into the details.
Mr. Neese has one thing, and then I've got another.
Yeah, it might be helpful if you explained why it is that Montclair has no housing obligation in comparison to other communities, for example, that have lots.
Montclair has been designated an urban aid municipality, and that's because of our population density and the lack of vacant land. Municipalities that are designated as urban aid municipalities are exempt from what's called a prospective need of affordable housing. A prospective need is a requirement to build new housing, provide for new housing. We do have what's called a present need, and those are units that are in need of rehabilitation. So we do have a present need of 132 units, which in this plan I show and indicate how we do meet that requirement. So at the end of the day, because we have a zero prospective need, and we've met our requirement for 132 rehabilitation units or present need, we've satisfied our obligation, and therefore our fourth round housing plan has an obligation to create 0 new units. This is not the case for other municipalities. There are other municipalities, certainly that are urban aid municipalities like Montclair, but other municipalities in Essex are facing significant affordable housing obligations. West Orange has a very large one approaching, I think, 600 units.
660.
And Wayne has, I believe, Wayne and Paramus are close to 1,000.
I just have the list by towns near us in Essex County. West Orange at 660, Milburn it's 555,
Yeah.
Cedar Grove it's 170, Glen Ridge it's 163, West Caldwell it's 242, and Livingston it's 407. So if you look at affordable housing on a regional basis, we have met what our obligation is. Those other towns have not to the, a vast degree. So, I mean, I don't know how you want to look at affordable housing, but I look at it on a regional basis.
That's
And
not what you just said, Janice. I'm sorry. You just said that we don't have to satisfy a
Hold-
need because of
Ms. Sipe?
you better.
Ms. Sipe, we'll get to public comment.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. If you want to respond to Councilor Lockman.
Well, it's facts.
Okay. If you want, and if not,
Yeah.
I'll continue for a moment.
All I can say is we're in a different position. I also want to point out that there is pending litigation to eliminate the
Urban aid district.
the urban aid designation, in which case we would have an obligation at some point. If that does happen, we'll have the opportunity to redo our housing plan. But all I'm saying is we do not have a number assigned to us. Other municipalities who don't have the urban aid designation, don't have the density and the lack of available land that we have, are facing a different situation. But as a planner, and we've been talking about affordable housing, and if you let me get into my presentation, and I apologize, a lot of you have seen the presentation before, and as we're going to go through the presentation again, there is a housing need. Maybe not an obligation, but there is a housing need. We have currently over $2 million in our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. By the end of this housing period, we'll have close to $5 million. That's what we need to focus on. What can a spending plan and housing programs that we can expand upon and create to address our affordable housing obligation, continuation of some of the excellent programs that we have in place right now. And that's what we've been talking about, and that's what I want to talk about tonight. Okay?
And just one other note for the board and the public too. This housing element doesn't have to be static, right? We can adopt it in the next month, this meeting, the next meeting, and then we can change it after that. We have to go through the notice process. We have to have a public hearing. But it doesn't mean that whatever we come up with is absolutely the one thing that's going to last for the next 10 years. It can be adjusted just like every other piece of the master plan that we have in this town, whether it's a conservation element, the land use circulation element, any of our elements that are designed to be kind of visionary and guidance documents for zoning in town, for instance, for how we spend money, and that's one thing that Ms. Talley will get into. But it doesn't mean that what we do here tonight, or even on June 2nd, if this carries to June 2nd, is the end-all be-all. There's still opportunities to adjust this, and we frequently do that with other elements of the master plan.
And let me be honest, one of the changes to the affordable housing regulations is, and particularly as it affects spending plans, is an understanding that housing policy should be open to emerging opportunities. I think it's called emergent opportunities, and you could create a funding program for that, for those programs. And that's because when you do a housing plan like this, it's a 10-year plan. We don't know what properties are going to become available, what properties are going to turn over that 10-year span. So that's why, number one, the regulations have been amended to allow for this kind of flexibility. You can amend your spending plan to respond to emerging opportunities. Mm-hmm. And in preparing this plan, I kind of focused on what I've heard and what we anticipate where opportunities may occur. Nothing is set in stone, but as opportunities come about, for instance, we talk about rooming houses. We tried to acquire a rooming house several years ago to convert those rooms into affordable housing as defined in the state law, which is with a kitchen and bathroom in every unit. That fell apart, but it took a lot to get started on that. And what we're trying to do in here is identify potential opportunities that may occur over this 10-year period, so that we have the flexibility to respond to these opportunities when they come up. Like I said, nothing's set in stone.
Okay.
So,
Any questions from the board on the parameters for the evening, for the approach? No? Okay. Ms. Talley.
Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. A little history here. Affordable housing. New Jersey has been at the forefront of affordable housing, largely due to litigation. But this goes back to 1975, when the Supreme Court decided the case South Burlington, NAACP versus Mount Laurel. That's why we call it Mount Laurel is considered, the Mount Laurel case is really considered the start of the affordable housing process in New Jersey. So that case took place in 1975, and it led to a series of state acts, the Fair Housing Act, and regulatory requirements adopted by the state, as well as additional court cases, essentially outlawing exclusionary zoning, in which affordable housing is excluded from a municipality due to zoning. Affordable housing plans have been part of the planning landscape, the municipal planning landscape in New Jersey, starting in the mid-'80s. And the first round was the 1986 to 1992 obligation. Montclair did do a plan for the first round. The second round was the 1993 to 1999 affordable housing obligation. We did a second round plan as well. The third round, this is the anomaly here, is from 2000 to 2025. That was called the growth share approach. There was a lot of litigation involved, but I do have to say that Montclair did get our third round housing plan certified by the state in 2009. And when evaluating how we've achieved our prospective need obligation in the third round, that is evaluated as part of this plan. So here we are in the fourth round. It's a 10-year housing period and it extends from 2025 to 2035. So what is affordable housing? Affordable housing is housing that is affordable to households earning less than 80% of the median gross income for the housing region. It's broken into 3 categories. We have to apply or create housing that's affordable to very low income households. Those are less than 30% of the median area income, and at least 13% of the affordable units in a municipality's affordable housing inventory has to be affordable to very low income households. Low income households are those that are making between 30% and 50% of area median income, and at least 50% of the affordable units must be for low or very low income households. And the third strata is the moderate income households that earn between 50 and 80% of area median income. So what is that? How does that calculate? Well, median income is determined by household size. So I keep turning my microphone off. So obviously we talked about very low income. For a one-person household, that's somebody earning less than $27,000 a year. For low income, it's $45,000 a year, and a moderate income household, one person, is $72,000 a year. So when we're talking about creating housing that is affordable to these households, these are the income ranges that we're talking about. For a 2-family household, it's between $31,000 for very low income and $82,000 for a moderate income household. If you look at a 5-person household, a family with 3 kids, if you have 2 parents, very low income is $41,000, low income is $69,000, and moderate income is $111,000. So there's a broad range of household types. There's a broad range of housing types that are part of the housing plan to address the needs, because everybody's need is a little bit different. It can be single-family homes. It can be provided in 2-family homes, apartments, senior housing, supportive housing for individuals or families with special needs. It includes families, couples, senior citizens, singles. It often includes younger workers who are just starting out, teachers, firefighters, police officers, or seniors on limited income. Those are who live in affordable housing. Part of a housing plan is an evaluation of the demographics. And those of you who may not know, Montclair does have a local preference. By that, can you hear me?
Yes.
By that, when we submitted our spending plan to the court in 2018, we included a request that we be allowed to have a local preference for Montclair households and employees because the township has been losing its low-income populations, and its historically black populations have been declining. The judge approved us to include local preference in our marketing for our affordable housing units, which means Montclair residents and employees are prioritized over other households from outside the township in terms of getting units when they become available. But that was in 2018. And so what I looked at as part of this plan is, where are we today? And the Black and African American population has decreased by over 900 people between 2010 and 2020. That's a 9% decline, although I do have to say that the population classified as Black and other races has gained 569 individuals. So yes, while it's a net decline, it's less than 900 people.
Janice,
It's changing.
Janice, can I just ask a question there? I can't?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I would dispute that decline, you're going from numbers to percentage. If you look at it, in 2010, the percentage of black population, it was 29.8%. In 2020, it was 26.6. That's a 3% decline. I've heard it said all over, there's been a 30% decline. There hasn't been. And I think we
I don't believe that's what I said.
Not you. I've heard that
Okay.
throughout. So I just want to make sure that we present factual information. And it's a
I
3% decline. And when you start talking about numbers versus percentages, it's kind of skews the conversation. So I'm just pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. I am confident that my numbers are correct.
Yeah, they're the same numbers as I have, only you're talking about number of people rather than decline in percentage. It's a 3% decline in percentage.
Thank you. At the same time, we've seen an increase in the Hispanic and Latino population, which has grown between 2010 and 2020, from 6.1% to 9.5% of the population, an increase of 1,600 individuals. At the same time, the Asian population has also increased from 3.8% of the population to 5.1% of the population. And I raise that because I think it's an important consideration when we request that the court allow us to continue to include our local preference for affordable housing. Montclair's population base is aging. I'm sure that's not a surprise to any of you of the baby boomer generation. There's a lot of us, and we are aging. The percent of population aged 60 to 84 experienced the most significant growth between 2013 and 2023, adding over 2,000 people. We also saw an increase in the number of older school-aged children between 2013 and 2023, adding over 1,000 individuals over that same period. I think that's just a reflection of the households that are moving into Montclair. I think these are some of the key takeaways that you, the planning board, and you, the public, should take as part of this housing plan. Household characteristics. Median household income increased from $74,000 in 2000 to $166,000 by 2023. We are becoming increasingly affluent and educated. The percentage of individuals living below the poverty line, on the other hand, increased from 5.6% in 2000 to 6.6% in 2020. Household sizes are increasing marginally. It was 2.53 in 2000 and 2.61 in 2023. The disabled population has also increased. We've added between 200 and 300 individuals between 2010 and between 2000 and 2020. And our unsheltered population is also increasing. That was a conclusion or information that was provided in the strategic plan for the unhoused that was prepared by the coalition for the unsheltered. I might have the name incorrect, but they did do an evaluation of the needs for the unhoused and did identify the need for to provide housing for 40 to 60 families that are unhoused right now.
Sorry, Janice, was that 40 to 60 houses or individuals who are
I'm sorry,
unhoused?
individuals.
Individuals, thank you.
Again, my previous slide focused on households. The other part of the equation is housing supply. And so we do have a very diverse housing stock in Montclair. 50% of our housing stock is single-family detached homes. I should preface this by saying we have a good number of renter-occupied households. 60% of our households are owner-occupied, 40% are renter-occupied. We have a pretty good number of two-family houses or townhouses. That's either detached or attached homes. That's 15% of our housing stock. 9% is in small multifamily buildings, 3 or 4 units. 6% is in medium multifamily buildings. which is 5 to 9 units. 6% is in large buildings, which has 10 to 19 units, and 14% are in very large multifamily buildings with over 20 units. So I do think we have a good mix of housing types in Montclair. The key here is housing affordability. The median value of a house in 2010 was over $600,000, about 601. By 2023, the median value of a single-family home was $850,000. And I did have a discussion with the tax assessor about the average value of a single-family house in Montclair in 2025, and that's over $1 million. So you can see that our housing prices and values have increased significantly. Understandably, so have rents. In 2010, the median monthly contract rent was $1,200. By 2023, the median monthly rent was over $2,000, which was a 60% increase. In 2023, over 42% of renters were cost burdened, and that means that they're paying over 30% of their income towards housing. Compare that to 2010, when only 33% of renter households paid more than 30% of their income for housing. Now, this is not a situation that just applies to Montclair. It's applying to other municipalities as well. But obviously, the focus is this is Montclair's housing plan, and this is an issue in Montclair. So how does this work in terms of the income limits and the definitions for low income and moderate income households that I had discussed previously? And hopefully you can see this chart. Is it a little blurry? The income, I went over the income limits before. Median income for a one-person household in our housing region is $86,000. For two persons, it's $99,000. So this first row shows what the median income is. The second row shows what 80% of that median would be. And the third row shows what 50% of that median would be. And the very low income is 30%. The bottom here takes what would be the maximum rent or mortgage payment for a household, like a one-person median income household. They can afford $2,167 without exceeding that 30%. You go down to moderate income, and a one-person moderate income household can only afford to pay $1,700 per month, which is less than what our median contract rent is. So all of these highlighted cells in this table here show households that earn less than they can't afford the median contract rent in Montclair. So these are the ones that we're really trying to make sure that we provide a housing supply to meet their needs. So currently in Montclair, we have over 800 units of affordable housing. I know previously I had a number of 775, but the new law changed the definition of affordable housing and now allows certain types of transitional housing to be included in your affordable housing inventory. So when we did that analysis, the number went up to 804 units. It includes 95 units that were created through redevelopment. We had 16 units that were created through our inclusionary zoning ordinance, which it requires that, and this is outside of our redevelopment plans, it states that any housing project that results in a net increase of 5 units requires that 20% of the affordable of the units created be affordable. So if you have 5 units, that would require one of those units to be affordable. We have a 100% affordable housing program that created 6 units. We had a market to affordable program that created 42 units. We had a prior cycle credit. Those are units that are already in existence. That's 213 units, 299 units of senior housing, 90 units of alternative living arrangements, which includes supportive housing, group homes, and transitional housing, and 43 units whose affordability controls have been extended. So I'm going to go through how we've created these units, because if we're going to evaluate our policies in this new plan, we need to look at how effective the policies have been in terms of creating affordable units. So number one is our inclusionary zoning policy, which was first adopted in 2006 and amended in 2009 to create the 20% set aside for affordable housing. And you can see here, I've got a couple of photos. This is 256 Park. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Going the wrong way. Nope. I'm going the wrong way. All right. Yeah. This is 256 Park Street, which is an affordable housing inclusionary zoning project in Watchung Plaza. And this is 192, 194 Bloomfield Avenue, which is an affordable housing project on Bloomfield Avenue. This created one affordable unit. This created two affordable units. And you have a list of all the different projects that were approved as part, I believe, after the 2009 plan. And their status is listed in that table. So we've created 16 units through our inclusionary zoning ordinance policy. We've also created a number of units through redevelopment. 95 units we've created through redevelopment. We have a picture here of 2 South Willow, which is one of our newer affordable redevelopment projects to create affordable housing. The set-asides in the redevelopment plans ranged between 10% and 20%. We have not been consistent in what we've put in our redevelopment plans. But this is a listing of the different projects that were approved after our last housing plan, and these units apply to our current affordable housing supply. Our Market to Affordable program. We created a total of 42 units through the Market to Affordable program, and that's a program where we use funds from our Housing Trust Fund to provide additional capital sources, capital funding for the creation of new units. And these are units that are purchased, then adapted and rehabbed. They're purchased without any affordability controls. And once they are rehabilitated, deed restrictions are put in place so they become affordable. We've worked closely with Home Corps to create these units, which you can see here. All of these units that were done with some of them with our participation, some of them they used funding from other sources, but it's again a Market to Affordable program that led to the creation of 42 units. We also have provided funding for a 100% affordable housing project. This was a new construction project called Talbot Village. Again, this was also done by Home Corps. It involved the purchase of the land and the development of 6 duplex units, 3 duplexes containing 6 units. We weren't the sole funder. I believe additional funds were provided from the state of New Jersey as well. Again, so we created 6 for-sale units here. We also have a long history of providing affordable senior citizen housing. This includes First Montclair House, South End Gardens, Pine Ridge of Montclair, and the Montclair Inn. We have a total of 299 affordable units in those 4 locations. Now, our list of alternative living arrangements, we have over 90 units. It includes supportive housing and transitional housing that fall under this title of alternative living arrangements. Supportive housing is defined by the state of New Jersey as housing is not limited to residential health care facilities as licensed and/or regulated by the Department of Community Affairs or the New Jersey Department of Health and Senior Services if the facility is located with and operated by a licensed healthcare facility. It includes group homes for people with developmental disabilities and mental illness as licensed and are regulated by the New Jersey Department of Human Services. It includes permanent supportive housing and supportive shared living housing. Again, this is the newest definition in the regulations for alternative living arrangements. It also allows us to get credit for transitional housing, which is defined as temporary housing that includes, but not limited to, single-room occupancy housing or shared living and supportive living arrangements that provide access to on-site or off-site supportive services for very low-income households that have recently been homeless or lack stable housing, is licensed by the DCA, and allows a household to remain for a minimum of 6 months. So that's how we have 32 units of supportive housing and 58 units of transitional housing. Some of these include apartments, but some of them include bedrooms and beds, and it's the beds that actually make the count for some of these opportunities. Prior cycle credits include affordable housing that was previously built in prior rounds that still remains affordable. They still offer or require affordable rents, and they do their income certifications. So it includes Union Gardens and the Matthew Carter 1 and Matthew Carter 2 apartments. There's a total of 213 units in those 3 projects, and their deed restrictions are still in effect. So the final piece of our affordable housing program is the extension of affordability controls. When these units are created, we put in place a deed restriction, and the deed restriction has a term. Some of them, the Montclair Muse, had a term of only 20 years, which is goes by very quickly. So when those units, when the term expired, starting in 2010, we were very proactive in trying to work with them to extend their affordability controls. And that fell under our extension of affordability controls program. We also were able to extend the affordability controls on the project at 11 Pine Street. When we were, that's actually the Montclairian, I should say. The affordability controls in the Montclairian were expiring. They built a second unit, a second building on their property. And it's through that approval process, we were able to create 2 affordable units, but extend the affordability controls on 6 low-income units in the first building that expired in 2018. So we put in another 30-year restriction on those units, so we were able to preserve those low-income units for another 30 years. Yeah, so those are all included in this table. We have a total of 43 units. It also includes some units owned by HomeCore that we also were able to negotiate an extension of affordability controls. And because we did extend these affordability controls, they are considered new affordable units in the 4th round housing plan. So when you prepare the housing element and fair share plan, one of the requirements is you have to identify lands that are most appropriate for affordable housing. It's a little bit difficult in Montclair because Montclair is largely built out, and opportunities to create affordable housing is almost always redevelopment. Redevelopment may include adaptive reuse of existing buildings, which is done privately. It may include new development on excess land associated with, or parking lots associated with certain properties, or or it may include redevelopment projects that are initiated by the township. In any event, it's redevelopment or new uses or new development on land that is already developed for other uses. So some of the properties that we identified are, we do have some properties in our commercial districts that are underutilized. We know of a couple of properties that are currently being marketed, where affordable housing may occur. Again, part of the process here is identifying where affordable housing may occur under normal development in our existing zoning. So we identified some vacant properties or underutilized properties in the Walnut Street area. The DeCamp Bus Depot is vacant right now. And the Northwest Essex Development Facility on Walnut Street, we've been advised, is looking to be developed for other uses. So we included that as a potential area where, if it's redeveloped, affordable housing or housing could be part of that. The other properties that we looked at or identified is a property at 516 Valley Road in Upper Montclair. This is an office use in a residential area. I'm sorry. That property contains a one-story commercial building. I'm talking about the Acme. I jumped ahead of myself. The Acme property is on 2.17 acres on Valley Road. Has a large parking lot. It's a one-story building that's next to a 7-story residential building. That may be developed in the future because this current zoning does allow a 3-story building, so it is possible that that property could be developed in the future. We also have township-owned properties that are vacant or leased. This includes a property on Wildwood Avenue. It's a 2.63 acre tract of land owned by the township near Brookdale Park. The property borders the entrance to Brookdale Park from Grove Street, and part of it also fronts on Wildwood Avenue. And there's an opportunity to build some 2-family houses on the Wildwood Avenue frontage which would fit within and conform with the other houses in that neighborhood. We've discussed that before. So there's a possibility to provide housing there. We also own a vacant lot at 5355 New Street. That's a 0.23 acre tract. Again, it's possible for that to be developed for housing to be consistent with the neighborhood, which is 2 families, so you could build 2 2-family houses there. All these could be part of a 100% affordable housing project. We own the building at 14 Miller Street. It's a 3-family house. We purchased that property a little over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And we're waiting to get input into the requirements for that property before we either sold it or leased it for affordable housing. But again, the intent, we used our housing trust fund to purchase that property and would like to see that sold or leased to an entity to create 3 affordable units there. And the other one is the Mountain Avenue train station, which has historically had a residential use. It's a lovely, beautiful historic train station. It was designed to have a residence inside of it. In fact, going back as far back as 1935, it was occupied. And as I think going back to my notes from 2007 or 2008, it was the last time I know it was being leased by the township for residential use. It no longer is. All of the improvements were pulled out of that building. But it is possible, if we can renegotiate our lease with New Jersey Transit, to sublease that apartment for affordable housing. It's 2 bedrooms, by the way. We identified properties owned by faith-based organizations. Religious institutions, many of which are facing declining congregations, are responding to the housing crisis by adapting excess buildings and land to provide housing. Many of these institutions own vacant buildings and underutilized land in established neighborhoods, and repurposing religious structures and may require resolution of property title issues or covenants limiting the permitted uses of the structure. But it could be incorporated into an affordable housing plan. Examples of this include the Church of Christ Scientist on Hillside Avenue. That was a church that was converted to office use probably about 10 years ago. Or the First Congregational Church on South Fullerton Avenue, where they subdivided off 2 lots to create 2 single-family structures. Those were lost opportunities to create affordable housing on those properties. There's opportunities for future affordable housing sites, such as Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church on Pine Street. I know we've had several conversations about converting I believe the building that was formerly a convent into affordable housing on their property. We also know that the Immaculate Conception High School on Cottage Place is also available for new uses, and that might be another location to provide some affordable housing. Again, what we're trying to do is partner with different houses of worship to investigate these opportunities as they arise. There are non-conforming properties in our residential zone districts. And as times change and uses change may occur on these properties. We certainly have seen that over the last 15 years. And as new uses arise for these properties, affordable housing could be part of that, particularly if these uses are being converted from non-conforming uses to residential uses. Then there's the opportunity to include affordable housing as these properties are converted back to conforming uses. Rooming houses, conversions, or supportive rooming houses, because obviously under the new regulations, transitional housing is permitted as a part of your affordable housing plan. So certainly we can work with our rooming houses to improve them, improve the quality of them, provide investment into additional kitchens and bathrooms, their common spaces. The key would be we would have to have a deed restriction on those units to make sure that they meet the definition of affordable housing. And we have over 113, the licensed capacity of the 9 rooming houses that are licensed in Montclair Township have a capacity of over 113 residents. So it is certainly something to consider as a potential mechanism for providing additional affordable housing. So while we do not have a housing obligation, I think from what we talked about that there is a need for affordable housing. There have been a couple of reports that have been prepared for the township. I know the Housing Commission worked with the Rutgers University Blacksand School to prepare a housing needs assessment. Their housing needs assessment indicated that the township needs 1,259 rental units for renter households earning less than $50,000. They also pointed to HUD's comprehensive housing affordability strategy, which analyzes affordability issues and provides publicly available data. And that analysis indicated that there's over a need for 1,200 affordable rental units in Montclair. So I think as we're moving forward on our housing plan, some of the items that have made apparent is that with the aging of the population, there's greater demand for affordable housing for seniors. This may be senior citizen housing, assisted living facilities, smaller units for an aging population, multi-generational housing, and accessory dwelling units. There's a demand for more supportive housing, people with special needs, people with disabilities. And finally, and I'm not going to go into this in this housing plan, is I called it in here modest income housing, middle income housing, missing middle housing. I think that's beyond the purview of this housing plan, but I just want to recognize that there's also, and that's something we'll evaluate farther down the road, but those are the typical starter homes, et cetera, that has really not, is not being provided because of the high cost of housing in Montclair. So as most of you know, the Economic Development Committee issued an affordable housing survey to kind of gauge the opinions of the public on housing issues. And I have some of the results of this survey I've incorporated into my presentation because I think it's particularly illuminating. Our survey received over 1,800 responses. Over 62% of the respondents strongly agree that Montclair needs more affordable housing. And 65% of those surveyed agree that it is very important to prioritize affordable housing in Montclair's future development plans. When the survey question about how important do you think it is to prioritize affordable housing in Montclair's future development, over 60% of respondents indicated that prioritizing affordable housing in future development plans is important. When asked what types of households have the greatest need for affordable housing in Montclair, the survey results show that the greatest need is affordable housing for low-income families, with affordable housing for seniors, single parents, and persons with disabilities not far behind. When asked in the survey, would you support development in your neighborhood to increase the number of affordable housing units in your neighborhood? Over 70% of respondents stated that they would support development in their neighborhood to increase the number of affordable units. And when asked what type of development would you support in your neighborhood to increase the number of affordable units, the housing survey indicated support for developing affordable housing on public property, in small-scale apartment buildings, and as part of senior or assisted living housing. Those were the biggest responses. I'm not going to go through every response. When asked to identify any housing trends in your community or neighborhood, the survey revealed a concern about homes that are being flipped by developers or expanded by owners, and with residents selling their homes and moving away. So back to our fair share obligation. The third round plan, which we adopted in 2009, proposed to address the 162-unit prospective need through various housing projects, creating 150 affordable units and 40 bonus credits for a total of 190 units. 6 of those planned units were not built, reducing the total number of affordable units created to 184, which still meets the prospective need of 162 units. Now, we've built more than that. The township has 143 units of affordable housing above and beyond what our third round housing obligation was. And those 143 units can be applied to our fourth round obligation. As I said previously, our fourth round obligation is 132 units. So clearly, with 143 credits, we've met the need of our 132 units. And that's what this housing plan says. Meeting that demand, our housing obligation is 0. However, the Fair Share Plan establishes a flexible housing policy framework with a variety of options to maintain the township's existing supply of affordable housing and create new affordable housing as opportunities arise. So some of the recommendations in this plan include support for our local preference. With over 42% of renters being cost burdened and paying more than 30% of their income towards housing, which is a significant increase, we think it's very important to maintain our local preference for Montclair residents and employees to get priority when affordable units in Montclair become available. Part and parcel with that is an attempt to maintain what we call naturally occurring affordable housing. There's parts of Montclair that have, or historically have had, what's called starter homes. Very small, modest-sized homes that were affordable to built as affordable to populations. There's a significant pocket of older, smaller homes in the vicinity of Mission Street, New Street, Maple Avenue, Wheeler Street, Elmwood Avenue, and Washington Street. The intent is to establish zoning regulations to maintain the existing size and scale of those units, allowing modest size increases, but to prevent overbuilding and basically gut renovation of those buildings to create market rents or market rate housing. The idea is if you can maintain the size and scale of those units and provide funding for rehabilitation with the affordability controls that we have here, we can maintain this pocket, this inventory of naturally occurring affordable housing in Montclair without creating new units and without expending a significant amount of resources, basically just maintaining what we already have. The plan proposes some changes to the inclusionary zoning ordinance. The inclusionary zoning ordinance is very effective, but we've only achieved, I think it was 16 units over the past 10 years through this, since 2009. It's been longer, 15 years through this program. So what we'd like to do is make some changes to the inclusionary zoning ordinance. Number one, increase the affordable housing set aside from 20% to 25% for any development application requiring a use variance per NJSA 40:55D. Require that 15% of the newly created affordable units be reserved for households with special needs, supportive housing. As again, there's been a sector of the market where there's a strong demand and a strong need. Eliminate, again, I heard this from the last planning board, it's that I discussed the potential elimination of the minimum density of 8 dwelling units per acre before which the inclusionary zoning ordinance applies. We do have to extend the affordability controls to a minimum of 40 years for rental units and 30 years for sales units, as that is a requirement in the new state law. And also increase the in lieu payment from the current $197,000 to $245,000 and add an annual adjustment factor based on the means construction cost index so that the amount reflects the increase in construction costs over time. One of the suggestions is to look at our zoning requirements for houses of worship. Right now, houses of worship are not a permitted use in the R1 or RO zones. We suggest making houses of worship a permitted conditional use in all residential zone districts. That's not eliminating any zoning requirements. It's not eliminating if a house of worship wanted to convert one of their buildings to senior citizen housing. That does not eliminate the land use review process. However, if you make it a permitted use, it would require that it goes to the planning board for site plan approval and whatever, variances that would be required as part of that. It would eliminate the need to go to the zoning board of adjustment for a use variance, which is a significantly greater burden. So if there is a recognition that this type of affordable housing is appropriate in these residential districts or adaptive reuse, we can do that through changes to the conditional use requirements for houses of worship in our zoning ordinance. You can also do it through site-specific zoning changes. If a house of worship was very proactive and had a specific site that they wanted to work with us on with affordable housing, you can do spot zoning. You can't do it for other uses, but because of the nature of affordable housing, you can zone it for a specific site. So that's one of the options, one of the tools that we have moving forward. We've been talking about our residential zoning districts. We do already have a lot of supportive housing, a lot of senior housing, and assisted living facilities in our residential zone district. State law supersedes that. State law requires that supportive housing, assisted living facilities, congregate housing are permitted uses in our residential zone districts. All I'm saying is that that should be reinforced in our local ordinance to make supportive housing, senior housing, and assisted living facilities a permitted use as long as it functions and appears as a single-family house. It can be a permitted use in residential areas. It would allow us to put in design controls to ensure that the structures maintain their residential appearance in all residential zone districts. Consider revising the ADU regulations to make it easier to construct ADUs. One of the issues that we found is quite often with our the creation of the ADUs conflicts with our historic preservation ordinances, because if it's in a zone identified for requiring a total demolition permit, right now, an applicant who wanted to convert a garage to an ADU on a property that's where the total demolition ordinance applies has to get approval from the HPC to take down 2 of those walls and extend the garage to create that ADU. It's a fairly expensive process, and quite often the detached garages are in the back of the house. They're there's very limited visibility from the street, so if you want to make it easier, if we can eliminate those garages from the demolition review process for the creation of the ADUs, it's something to think about. Okay. In our commercial zone districts, I think that you could see that we have a lot of development opportunity, I think, in the Walnut Street area. I think this would be a good time for us to take a good look at the C2 zone district, which is the area where development is anticipated, or not anticipated, possible over the next 10 years. There's some dated language in the C2 zone district referring back to, it cites a document from 1973. I think we can amend the requirements for the C2 zone district to be a little bit more reasonable in anticipation of or understanding of that new development may occur there, and we can design the zoning requirements to get the type of development that we want to see. For instance, no parking in the front yard. I believe there's some front yard setbacks that don't make sense in the C2 zone district. So I do think we should take a good look at those requirements as well. The other part of the affordable housing plan, the fair share housing plan, or housing programs, there's currently over, like I said before, $2 million in our housing trust fund. We expect it to continue to collect revenues into that trust fund. And we do need to identify which programs we want to include. We have a series of affordability assistance programs in our spending plan right now. By law, in the previous housing plan, we had to allocate 30% of our funds in our housing trust fund to affordability assistance programs. That includes rental assistance, and that includes first-time home buyers. It's very hard to achieve that 30% requirement. The current version of the regulations do not have a minimum amount. I understand from a conversation I had today with people from DCA, they might be putting in a new minimum amount. It might not be 30%. They were asking for feedback. But we do need to set aside a certain amount of funds for affordability assistance programs. Our previous spending plan included funding set aside for a home improvement program. we can continue that home improvement program. I think particularly if we want to target it, target it to areas where we have our naturally occurring affordable housing, that it would be very useful to provide that program. I don't think we can limit it to an income eligible family outside of that, but we can certainly market the program for areas where you really want to see it spent. In fact, I would also suggest increasing the program, because right now the maximum is $24,000 per project. If they get a special waiver, they can increase that to $29,000. At today's costs, it doesn't go very far, so I suggest we consider increasing the amount for the home improvement program. We have an extension of affordability controls program. Right now, we pay $15,000 per unit to extend the affordability controls, whose controls have expired. Those $15,000 are used to rehabilitate the units. We have a market to affordable program, which I talked about previously. I believe the minimum depends on if it's a low income unit or a moderate income unit, but we have a minimum amount of approximately $30,000 that we will contribute to each of those units. We've also provided funding for a 100% affordable housing program. Again, that's similarly, we provide $30,000 to $50,000. We have a minimum requirement, not a maximum, and the amount that of subsidy that we provide generally depends upon the project. And finally, I have up here an ADU program. You can use ADUs as affordable units, and we can provide funding for them, but they have to be deed restricted, which means you have to deed restrict that to households with affordability controls for at least 30 years. And you have to draw tenants, you affirmatively market those units, which means the tenants have to come off of the waiting list that we have. And we maintain a waiting list for all these affordable units in the township. So the state has said that they're going to start a pilot program to provide funding for affordable ADUs. If they do, I think we should certainly apply for that pilot program or consider using some of our funds for that. But by experience, I think it's a little bit difficult because people who create ADUs don't necessarily want to deed restrict it as affordable for 30 years and pull the tenants from the waiting list that the township keeps. So just to give you an idea of how much affordable housing these types of changes can create, if we continue these programs and supplemented with some of these changes in zoning that I talked about in terms of the the inclusionary zoning ordinance, we can get a total of over 200 affordable units between now and 2035. I show 104 units through redevelopment. Of course, that includes the 60 affordable units that are planned for the Lackawanna Plaza site, plus redevelopment of some of those other commercial properties, private redevelopment of those other commercial properties that we identified. We could get 16 units, affordable units on township-owned or leased land, 100% affordable housing. We could get 10 units. I'm assuming 6 units through faith-based organizations, 28 for special needs and supportive housing, 40 units through affordability controls, and hopefully 5 units through an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So just applying our existing zoning to some of those properties that are underutilized, and I'm calling this the redevelopment. This would be private redevelopment, other than Lackawanna Plaza, which is 60. Assuming the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 2, which is the police station and the areas adjacent to it, if that's developed under the existing zoning, it would create 15 affordable units. The DeCamp bus site and the Northwest Essex Development Center in the Walnut Street area, if those are redeveloped under the existing zoning, it would lead to the creation of 17 affordable units. And the Acme Shopping Center, in Upper Montclair, if that is developed or redeveloped under the existing zoning ordinance, that could lead to the creation of 12 affordable units. I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but it is possible. Township-owned or leased property, we could create a total of 16 affordable units on township-owned or leased property. That includes the 3 units at 14 Miller Street. If we build 4 duplexes on Wildwood Avenue, that would lead to the creation of 8 affordable units. 5254 New Street, if that is subdivided and developed to create 2 two-family houses, that would be 4 affordable units. And then if we rehabilitate the Mountain Avenue train station, that could be 1 affordable unit. I also included 100% of affordable housing. We've been partners with, the township has been partners with Home Corps for many, many years in the realm of creating affordable housing. And I'm sure many of you in the planning board and the council have been participated in conversations about assisting Home Corps. I know that they've had some financial difficulties, assisting them in moving ahead and continuing to preserve the 62 units of affordable housing that they currently operate and improve those units. And part of their plan is to expand their supply. So they've identified the properties on Miller Street where they would like to provide additional development, as well as properties on William Street where they want to provide additional development. I don't have any specifics in here. This is something that we could do because of the limited time frame. I didn't feel comfortable. We don't have enough time to actually come up with a zoning plan for these properties. I'm just recognizing that it's something that I think we should look at. We can create specific zoning for each of these properties, an affordable housing overlay zone, because that is permitted. It's not considered spot zoning if you do it as part of an affordable housing plan. So if we do create some additional units on these 2 properties, there is an opportunity perhaps to add an additional 10 units to our affordable housing supply. Similarly, the township's been approached by several faith-based organizations, one of which is Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, because they have a vacant building. We did have the property is located at 102 Pine Street in the R4 zone district. It is possible this property is part of the church property. I don't know if it would make sense. It would probably be, if it would be rezoning just a portion of that property. But I think that there is an opportunity there to work with Our Lady of Mount Carmel to convert that building to create affordable units. My suggestion is, because right now it would require a use variance under the existing zoning, we work with them to come up with some zoning requirements if this is what the township wants to do, and allow for affordable housing to be built in that existing building. And we could create an overlay zone. I anticipated that this could lead up to 6 affordable units. Wrong way. The other part of our housing plan is supportive and special needs housing. We've been working with, my department's been working with the Crawford Cruz American Legion in terms of planning for adaptive reuse of their building. I believe that the conclusion is that the existing building is in such poor shape that it would have to be demolished and they would have to build new. They in fact got approval from the Historic Preservation Commission to demolish the existing building. So I know they've been working really hard to try to find funding sources for this. I think it's certainly something that if the township wants to support them, we can support them not only with funding from our Housing Trust Fund in support of creating these units, but we could also create an overlay zone that would dictate how that property would be developed. Because my understanding is it would be that to create these affordable units would be end up being at a density, even if the building's 4 stories high, because they're smaller units, it would be at a density greater than what's permitted right now in the C1 zone. So there is an opportunity to create the zoning that would work within their plan. They would still require site plan approval, still require approval from the planning board. They would come with you with an application. But again, the plan for their property would be consistent with what's being developed there, which is a burden that if we didn't do that, that they would have to prove that before the Board of Adjustment. And I think this is almost my last slide. Extension of affordability controls. We have 40 units whose affordability controls will expire between 2025 and 2035. So the plan is to work with these property owners, and in this case it is HomeCore, to extend the affordability controls on these units through an extension of affordability controls program. And we have make sure that we get the deed restrictions now have to have make sure you have a total of 60 years combined of your previous affordability controls and the new ones. So we would make sure that it meets that new requirement. Wrong way. And finally, accessory dwelling units. If we do participate, if the state of New Jersey actually rolls out the new program for ADUs and we do become a pilot, I think it would be great if we could provide funding for the creation of affordable ADUs. And if that is the case, create up to 5 affordable units through this program. And that's it for my presentation. I know that you have questions, and so does the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talley. Folks want to break, or folks want to go right into public comment? Public comment? All right. Let's go into public comment. So just as a general sense, how many folks want to provide public comment by raise of hands? Okay, that's a fair number of folks. Okay. So I want to make sure we get through everybody. We're going to generally limit public comment to around 3 minutes. So just ask everybody to be focused if you can. You're certainly welcome to say whatever you'd like about the plan, give us any opinions and advice, and we welcome it. You know, we're all neighbors. We're all residents of this township. We're all business owners in the township, have other ties into this township, so we welcome the feedback from you all. With that, if you want to form a line over here on the right-hand side, you can come up to the lectern here. Give us your comments. If you would, when you come up, please give us your name and address so we've got a general sense of who's here and who's providing comments. And I don't know, Ms. Talley, do you want to turn off the projector and just so it's not shining in folks' eyes?
Add an extra heat.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you want. But you can.
Yeah, why don't you unplug it? Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Rick, you'll wind up the cord so hopefully folks don't trip. Watch your step as you come up. There's a lot of infrastructure in the way there, but it's true. With that, if you'd like to start off.
Yeah. Good evening.
Just make sure the light's on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Margaret Oji. I serve First Lutheran Church of Montclair at 153 Park Street in Montclair.
Can I just get your last name? I didn't catch
Oji,
it.
O-U-J-I.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I'm pastor of First Lutheran Church in Montclair at 153 Park Street, and I also serve as the in-house social worker at the Montclair Public Library and have been there for about 8 months. I'm joined tonight by at least 6 other congregations, some representatives lined up behind me here. So to be mindful of time, I've prepared some remarks. Each week at the library, I sit with longtime Montclair residents, elders, parents, educators, many of whom are people of color and on the brink of losing their homes. Over 90% of the unhoused or housing insecure individuals I support are people of color, people living with disabilities, and the aging population. Some would question whether faith leaders should speak from moral authority on this issue of affordable housing, and I say, of course we should. Faith demands that we use what we have for the good of all. As a pastor and a social worker, I believe housing is a moral issue. Churches are not here to preserve buildings, they are here to serve people. I invite us to not let the fact that Montclair has met its affordable housing requirement stop us from acting in alignment with who we are as a town. The need is still urgent, and in my work, I've seen how the lack of affordable options has catastrophic impact on people of color, people with disabilities, and our aging population. Montclair's houses of worship are ready to be part of that solution. We need zoning flexibility, municipal collaboration, and a shared vision. If Montclair truly wants to live into its commitment of being a stigma-free community, it must start with ensuring that everyone has a place to live and thrive. Otherwise, the language becomes performative, a slogan rather than a practice. True stewardship means using what we have, our lands, our policy, and our collective power for the good of all. This is an opportunity for Montclair to lead with integrity and compassion. So I invite the town to act not out of fear, but out of compassion and courage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Norman Rosenblum, and I am the chair of the Montclair People with Disabilities Advisory Committee, advising generally to the town council, but today to you guys. Housing for adults with developmental and intellectual disabilities in Montclair should be a priority. As disabilities run the gamut from no support needed to 24-hour care, one size wouldn't fit all. But I want to talk about one particular group that I think would be most helped by town zoning and priority shifts. And they are those who have come through our school system, been educated inclusively, and been through the district's transition program leading to some type of employment, possible college courses, yes, college courses, volunteering, or other meaningful activities. This group includes people with autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and numerous other visible and non-visible disabilities. Disability cuts through all racial and economic statuses. Some may live at home until their parents are too old to care for them. Others may want more independence. Let's provide them suitable housing in their community where they can come and go as they please, as opposed to the old-style traditional group houses, which I think there's 2 in Montclair with 10 total bedrooms. Made in, I think they were started in 1999, and really nothing since then. But changing zoning laws to encourage more affordable housing will no doubt stir up the usual opposition. People with disabilities have long faced prejudice and exclusion. The truth is that housing people with disabilities will strengthen the community. If you have any fears of people with disabilities, you probably didn't go to school with them. You probably weren't in the same classes or educated together with them. They were generally kept separate up until recently. But in its place, perhaps go to the 5th annual Montclair Disability Pride event, which will be May 18th. It's going to be in Glenfield Park. You will hear speakers, young and older people with disabilities, talking about themselves, what they want, and what they need. You'll be amazed, and I think you'll be inspired. Also, most people with significant disabilities don't have children and don't drive, which would aid in other areas of housing issues. Community opposition in the permitting stages frequently leads to increased costs and delays in many affordable housing projects. The planning board should proactively change exclusionary zoning and land use requirements to make supportive housing easier and quicker to achieve. We agree with many of the town's plans, including the IZO changes, the amendment to reserve 15% of units for special needs should be adopted with a preference for Montclair residents with disabilities, though the same should also be done for redevelopment projects like Lackawanna Plaza. These are your children grown up. Once they were in institutions, but since they've been taken out of institutions and educated in our district, it would be cruel to then prevent them from living here, working here, and contributing to the community. Faith-based property should also be allowed all tools to create supportive housing. Our zoning laws should conform to New Jersey law in allowing people with disabilities in single or congregate spaces as permitted use in all residential districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Board, neighbors. My name is Aina Isobe. I live in the First Ward. My church is Union Congregational Church, which is also in the First Ward. I rise to register my cheerful support for the fourth round plan and urge you to vote for it. And I also support the principle of YIGBY, somewhat perhaps an unfamiliar acronym. It means yes in God's backyard. That is, to make use of property owned or controlled by religious communities for affordable housing. However novel the acronym may be, the practice of religious communities caring for others in spiritual and material ways by offering food, shelter, housing, has long-standing and core position in many faith traditions. Increasingly, that is being recognized as a public good. Washington State and California both have laws that support affordable housing on church property, as do the cities of Atlanta, San Antonio, Detroit. New York State, Massachusetts, and Hawaii are also considering similar legislation. Former Senator Sherrod Brown even introduced a federal Yes in God's Back Law Act. I would say Montclair is an excellent company. I've sometimes heard it said that churches should stay churches, whatever that means. For my part, I gently and firmly reject the notion that others can define and limit the doctrines and practices of my religion, either now or in the future. Therefore, although my congregation is not currently exploring affordable housing on our campus, I'd like to draw the circle wide and hold that possibility open for other faith communities in Montclair. Perhaps even my own church in the future. When one speaks of the character of a community, one means not only the built environment, but also the human environment. So that is the kind of inclusive zoning I'd like to see, the kind of inclusive church that I'd like to belong to, and the inclusive community, township, that I'd care to live in. So that is why I urge you to adopt this plan. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Nelson. I have lived in the South End for about 10 years, and I currently rent a single-family residence at 288 Orange Road. I also serve as the Leadership Board Chair for the Mark Montclair, a United Methodist congregation located at 51 Elm Street. I love Montclair, and I intentionally chose to raise my family here because of its vibrancy and diversity. But if I were looking to move here today, I couldn't afford it. As a matter of fact, I live in fear that my landlord will either sell or increase my rent beyond what I can afford, because I couldn't stay in this community if those were to happen. And that's the reality for a lot of families and other people in town, whether it's families or teachers, young people, or elders who want to live here or stay here, they find themselves priced out. And these aren't hypothetical people or future residents. These are our neighbors, and they're our friends. They're the people who serve our children in our schools. They volunteer in our town, and they sit in the pews next to us on Sunday mornings. As people of faith, we believe that everyone deserves a stable and safe place to live, and that housing is a moral issue. At the Mark, we've seen firsthand how affordability disrupts people's lives and their communities, and that is why we are in support of the Yes in God's Backyard component of the housing plan. And we especially want to applaud Our Lady of Mount Carmel for their leadership and vision, and we are grateful that their project is hopefully on the move and hope it paves the way for others. Congregations like ours are already deeply invested in the well-being of Montclair. Since 2021, we have provided space for mesh in the winter for respite housing, and we've seen that population double this last year. We also provide twice monthly free food markets, and we run a 6-week freedom school to fight summer learning loss for our kids at no cost to their families. But like a lot of churches, we are facing declining resources. And the ability to responsibly develop a portion of our property for affordable housing would not only support our neighbors with the housing, but it would also sustain our capability to continue serving the broader community. This proposal could remove unnecessary barriers and give us a chance to say yes to housing and ministry. We aren't developers, but we are stewards, and we want to steward our property in ways that align with our values and with the needs of the town that we love. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that you will continue to support a vision of faith-led housing as part of a more inclusive Montclair.
Thank you. Is that too loud for you to hear? Comment? You can? Okay, good. Well, yeah, clearly it's very hot in here. Apologies. We've had the air on all night. I think it's, oh yeah, we can open some windows.
Hi,
proceed.
good evening. My name is Noemi Gespenz. I grew up in Montclair and I live in the 4th Ward. I am a member of B'nai Keshet Synagogue on South Fullerton, and I also am here to speak in favor of Yes in God's Backyard. As the presentation showed, there's a huge need for affordable housing. We heard a lot of numbers tonight. I want to share one story of a friend of mine who was doing great, was working, and then suddenly discovered that she had brain cancer, needed to be operated, and lost her ability to work, lost her ability to drive, lost cognitive ability, and housing became a huge issue for her because there were only certain types of housing that she could operate in, and there was very, very little housing that she could afford because she was reduced to only her Social Security income, about $1,200 a month. So that's something that happened to my friend. The issue of housing, it's not just numbers, it's women who are considering leaving abusive husbands, but they can't because they don't have a place to live. That's what housing means. It touches every single aspect of our lives. And it's, so it's dramatic. And here we have an opportunity to develop more affordable housing just by saying yes in God's backyard and making it an allowable use. And some congregations will take up that opportunity. At B'nai Keshet, like many houses of worship, we have housing on our property, and we make it available to visitors of all types on a temporary basis. In the past, we've had visiting scholars, musicians, and refugees utilize our space. So although our obligation is perhaps only 132 units, let's feel obligated to address the need that is in the community for people with modest incomes, teachers and firefighters. And let's also remember that the rent control that was instituted a few years ago is a great sort of stopgap measure, but it's really just capping rents that are already astronomically higher than most other rents in New Jersey. So let's keep going in that vein. And also, you know, I was asked to also say a word in favor of extending the deadline for the survey. I think that we could get more respondents, renters as well as homeowners. And also, the accessory dwelling unit provision is something that I support. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Reverend Anya Samler-Michael. I serve the Unitarian Universalist congregation at Montclair, and I'm a resident of the 4th Ward. I've found myself recently quite often in prayer, paying attention to the damage that's being done to our nation from the highest office in our land. And I ask myself again and again, how can we fight back? What can we actually do other than stand in the street and protest? And the answer that I come up with is, when they tear it down, we build it up. When they take something away, we give something back. When they tell us that we are a divided nation that can never come together and be a community of all souls, we be that community of all souls. What I saw in tonight's presentation is an opportunity, an incredible opportunity for us to do that work right now here in Montclair, in our community, and fight back in the way that I believe most of us are feeling called to fight back right now. With that as my truth, I heard something at the beginning of this conversation that I found very inauspicious. The recognition that there is not a mandate for Montclair, at least from the government. We do, however, have an opportunity, and I believe deeply and to my core that we have a moral mandate. Now, especially, we have a moral mandate. Just a few facts and figures. The median household wealth of white families in New Jersey is $662,500, compared to less than $20,000 for Black and Latino families. What this demands of us is a radical expansion of empathy and a decisive commitment to a cohesive community that refuses to divide the human family, because we know that we are not only doing more good by making it possible for a diversity of incomes and peoples to come together, but because we know we are receiving more good as a community and as a people by doing so. When we are talking about the loss of Black families in Montclair, we're not talking about numbers, we're not talking about percentages. We are talking about people. Our friends, our families, our neighbors, and these people are losing their beloved town and their beloved homes, and we are losing them. We are called as a people of moral courage to be especially courageous in these times, to set aside all of our ideas of what isn't possible and to look ahead with an eye towards the community that we know we are called to create, because we've seen it happen before here in Montclair with other decisions that have been made to create the town of our dreams. Let's not run away now. Let's not hide behind scarcity. Let's believe in the abundance of this people.
Good evening. My name is Rochelle Williams. I am the owner of the misquoted Martin's Funeral Home. We are Martin's Home for Service, just to make it clear. We have been here for practicing 75 years. I am all for affordable housing. Montclair needs more affordable housing. I'm definitively not against that. What I have are two questions. My first question is, how did you identify my funeral home for affordable housing? That's my first question. Can you answer that for me, Ms. Talley?
When you came to my office and said you were looking to redevelop your property.
Okay. But I was not looking to get out at the time. I was just asking formative questions. And my other question is, in coming to you to ask you about redevelopment and how that could happen, I never heard anything back. So I had no feedback. So when my clients, some families of mine, have been calling me all week long about, am I selling the funeral home? I had no idea that I was even in the newspaper. So that fame I really was not looking for, because it has made my families that I serve deeply disturbed. So I would like to have at least a heads up if we're going in the newspaper, so that I'm not hit blindsided, because it really was disturbing. So as I say, I am deeply open to having affordable housing, but at this time, I'm not looking to retire, even though I would like to. I know that for sure, if I could make this happen, death will not ever be obsolete. So, that's fact, not fiction. If I had that kind of power, I would make that happen. I do have children who are interested in moving forward with the funeral home. So I would like to, before I dedicate my funeral home to affordable housing, I have no problem in speaking to you about other properties that I have. And I thank you so very much for listening.
Good evening, William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I have a couple of charts I'd like to set up, if you don't mind.
You didn't tell me who's doing this, by the way.
Charts of what?
Well, I'll go
Because
through
this is public comment.
Yes, well, it's charts dealing with the presentation that Ms. Talley made, past, well, let me just back up. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also a member of the Montclair Housing Commission. I'm the chair of the Montclair NAACP committee. I'm also a property owner in the Township of Montclair, and I'm also a member of the Rent Control Board. I've been an active housing advocate for over 15, 20 years in the Township of Montclair. So I started to bring in probably a foot of documents from studies over the last 20 years, but I said, no, let me just do a chart and try to fill in a couple of things at that point. So some of the information was in Ms. Talley's presentation. I just want to get a little bit of a clarification. Okay? That one can be facing.
How many charts are there?
There's one chart. There's one chart.
Well, I hear one, I hear two.
Well, there's one chart to face you guys and one chart to face the audience. It's the same charts, so everyone can have the same information.
Can you do me show? You want me to hold it? Yeah, easily. This comes in.
I mean, Mr. Scott, it's really hard to read from here, so I'm hoping you can speak to it more than point to it. Yeah, I mean, I have decent eyes, but so if you can be focused and get
Yes.
through the main points
Yes,
quickly,
yes.
appreciate that.
I was a little confused with the presentation because my understanding, the document that was on the website for May the 5th was the draft fourth round housing element and fair share plan. And That was the document that was available for the public to read. And I think the presentation that Ms. Talley gave was a kind of a mixture of a previous presentation with some of the same information from this document, which I believe this is the document. If approved, we'll go to the state as far as our element, our fair share housing element.
Yes, the public hearing is for that document.
Okay, well, I'm on the right page, okay? And basically, really, I started to, since I do have a limited amount of time, but I do have just a little bit of a pointer for the audience if they have time to take a look at the scripture from Matthew 25, verses 31 to 46. Who are the least of thee in the Bible? Because it talks about people that are in need of housing, mental care, and quite a few other things that should be a moral starting point for where we're looking at from a housing standpoint. So I had the process. I was going to read it, but I'm not going to read it. I'm just informing people to have an opportunity to take a look at that.
Can you in the back hear Mr. Scott? You
What?
need to be really close to the microphone.
Okay. The only thing I really wanted to explain from my chart was the fact that going back to 2011, there were two resolutions that were put in place for the Township of Montclair. One dealing with balanced affordable housing in the Township of Montclair, and one also dealing with balanced supportive housing, nursing homes, people with disabilities, housing being developed in the Township of Montclair. Those two resolutions going back to 2011 really set a direction that Montclair should have always been pointing in. We have never accomplished balanced development of affordable housing, supportive housing, people with disabilities in all four wards. One thing I wanted Ms. Talley to do in her presentation of this document, I wanted her to add to her executive summary those two resolutions, and also the fact that we have several residential zoning areas. Every resident in the Township of Montclair should be fully aware what is allowed from the development, housing standpoint, from a residential standpoint in their zone. I would say the majority of the residents in this township does not have any idea what's allowed in their community or their zone that they live in. So I think that these two charts that I'm presenting should be in the executive summary because it is a starting point for the conversation we had tonight. And without knowing where you fall in your various residential zones, you kind of get lost in all the charts that were presented to you. So I think that that's very important that information is presented in the executive summary. And then my last point, I would like to have, and that is one I would like to have added into the executive summary. And then on page 16 of this document, there is a map that talks about the locations of affordable housing from a mapping standpoint. We have the opportunity, knowing that we have 800 and some odd affordable units, but we don't know from a percentage standpoint where those units reside in the Township of Montclair. That is another starting point. We should all be aware of where the affordable housing in the Township of Montclair really resides. And at this point, obviously, I know because I put a chart together, and I sent it to, matter of fact, Ms. Talley, with the various wards of where all the affordable housing, supportive housing is located in the township. So it's very easy to create a bar chart or a graph saying this is the percentage in the first ward, second ward, third ward, and fourth ward. That should also be a part of this document. My time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's honestly, it's hard to read. I mean, you can
Can
leave
you,
it if.
can you leave one of those with me?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. You just give it over.
Awesome.
Do you need it?
No, I don't.
Christina?
But thank you so much, Mr. Scott. Hey, everybody. Also, big props to Shirley for helping with that easel. It's been a minute. That was super embarrassing. All right, good evening. Also, Janice, great job. My name is Christina, and I serve as chair of the Montclair Housing Commission along with Mr. William Scott, who just spoke.
Alan Cohen, who's here, and Harold Simon, and Wendy McNeil, along with Beth. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, a graduate of the Blacksand School of Planning and Public Policy. In terms of my professional background, I worked for an urban planning nonprofit for almost 8 years. I now work for a public housing authority, and I currently live in the 4th Ward. My opinions are obviously my own. I want to thank Janice and the Planning Board for their work on the housing element in the Fair Share Plan. I'm going to try to be brief, since the Planning Board got a copy of our Commission's letter of recommendations for addressing Montclair's housing needs late last year. If you didn't get the copy, I can resend it. As you've heard, and as Janice explained, Montclair's residents have committed time and time again to affordable housing. After the town hall that took place over 20 years ago that led to the creation of the Housing Commission, the resolutions that Mr. Scott mentioned in 2011, and in the most recent township survey, the results of which Janice shared earlier tonight. I also want to note, because I've gotten questions on this, that the Housing Commission did not collaborate on the development of the survey per the request of the Economic Development Subcommittee, though Councilor Luffman and I had conversations about it. It is good that Montclair is planning for the future and considering several ideas for affordable housing in this document. Montclair was not provided a prospective need because of its urban A municipality status, which is due to a density and vacant land technicality. As Janice said, the question of whether or not, of urban aid and whether or not the designation is arbitrary and capricious has now been put in front of New Jersey's U.S. District Court. There is absolutely no guarantee that Montclair will retain its urban aid status in the long term, and by considering strategies for affordable housing now, Montclair is getting ahead of the issue. With the economy on the tip of a recession, the need for affordable housing will only grow and it will be harder to meet the demand. The township can, through this document, set a high bar for itself and meet the moment. The proposed changes to the inclusionary zoning ordinance, the C2 zone, and for home core are great. Home core represents some of our most deeply affordable housing units. One thing that's really exciting about this plan, and genuinely exciting, I'm not just saying that, are the changes to encourage affordable housing on faith-based property. As others have mentioned, Yes in God's Backyard, or YIGBY, has been growing across the country. There was a federal bill introed in 2024. There are state laws in Washington and California, and municipalities like San Antonio and Atlanta have been offering technical assistance. And renowned housing groups like Enterprise and LISC are staunch supporters of faith-based housing. Montclair could be among the first, if not the first, municipality in New Jersey to do this, and among the first in the tri-state area to take such a step if it approves this housing plan and an ordinance for housing on faith-based property is approved. That's huge. That's super, super big. In terms of opportunities, talked about this with Janice, I wish the plan clearly outlined ways to enable transit-oriented development throughout all 4 wards of Montclair. That's the biggest lack in this plan right now. Housing by public transit is one of the best ways to reduce sprawl, cut down on environmental impacts, and encourage more walkable, healthier neighborhoods. It's a best practice in urban planning. Its exclusion is a missed opportunity, and I strongly urge the Planning Board to include recommendations for TOD specifically in this document. I understand this is going to be a consideration of potentially a master plan revision down the line. It should still be in this document. Some folks in other town halls and on social media have comment sections have articulated concerns that this plan will change Montclair, but as you've heard, Montclair is already changing. Longstanding Housing Commission members and other residents have told me that swaths of Montclair were downzoned where duplexes were once allowed as a right. Modest single-family homes are being bought and demoed to build large mansions. As the housing element and fair share plan states, the black population of Montclair has declined from 34% to 26% in 20 years. That's evident from Janice's charts. Part of the reason that the state grants us our ability to have a local preference in housing is because of that. And you don't see many millennials like me who make less than 6 figures moving into town. Shocker. I bought my condo in 2021 when I was making $50K. That's a conversation from my former employer. And that is a low to moderate income for Montclair. Godspeed to folks trying to buy now 4 years later. And my parents did not fund that, by the way. The number of cost-burdened renter households has increased to the point where you have almost a 50-50 shot of running into a renter paying more than 1/3 of their income to maintain a roof over their head. These changes started with the opening of the Montclair Connection and NG Transit over 20 years ago and accelerated during COVID. By choosing to do nothing, or just the bare minimum, we deem these changes to Montclair acceptable. The Planning Board has a special responsibility here and an opportunity. A more abundant and diverse housing supply will help ensure our seniors can age in place or downsize, that young people can find a home in the community that they grew up in, and that Montclair doesn't wall itself off from anyone making less than 6 figures. Quickly, regarding the cost of affordable housing and its impacts, because it keeps coming up, no one's mentioned it tonight, but it does. Affordable housing doesn't necessitate that current homeowners lose in the process. Studies from the Urban Institute and others show that targeted zoning for diverse forms of housing generates more property revenue per acre than single-family homes. LIHTC, the low-income housing tax credit, funded Union Gardens and is one of the most common source of funding for affordable rental units across the country, and that's to the feds to the states. And there's a bill in Congress right now for LIHTC that has rare bipartisan support. Mayor, I really hope you sign that. The NJDCA has just launched its New Jersey Homes Initiative, which will provide financial resources, training, and technical assistance for municipalities, and an RFP is supposed to open this month. And if we're really talking economics and housing, having single-family homes, and only that forevermore around any of our train stations rather than allowing for multifamily around all of our train stations shoots us economically in the foot more than anything else.
How much more do you have?
2 seconds.
How long?
2 more points.
Just
Thank you for your patience.
Please quickly, because we just want to
I'm
make sure we
sure.
get through everybody.
The last time there was a town hall on housing, the cost of kids to the township was brought up. I believe Janus, as well as a whole host of other studies available online, demonstrated that apartments are less likely to generate more kids than single-family homes, and the Montclair Local reported a decline in our public school population. It's a sad state of affairs when people don't want kids in their town. Our commission's letter to the Township Council and Planning Board outlines several strategies to retain economic diversity in Montclair, not just zoning changes, and I'm happy to discuss the recommendations of those details anytime. And I appreciate the opportunity to have this chance to talk about housing in Montclair with members of the council and the planning board, especially since some residents in this town, or former residents who may or may not actually live in Long Island, think it's appropriate to say, I obviously don't know anything, screw my degree and my AICP certification, because I've only been here for 4 years, as if I don't actively listen to and speak with long-standing members of the Housing Commission in this community, or that because I live in a small condo and because I'm a woman without kids, I'm less entitled to my opinion. I'm glad I haven't gotten that tonight. It's been a lot. So to those people and to the planning board members, I welcome you to attend a Housing Commission meeting in the future and to question why the idea of housing diversity is so frightening to you. A duplex is not going to break you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville, Ms. Talley, Planning Board, the council, the public. Thank you. My name is Darrell Collins, and I'm the commander of Crawford Cruise Post 251. We're going through some changes now, whereas we're in the process of attempting to get 8 units for homeless vets. Now, Montclair Crawford Cruise has a history behind what we did. Our post members, Crawford Cruise, Barnes, Mills, goes back to World War I, where they fought under the French flag in France. They held a position for 193 days without giving up an inch of land. The Germans told the French, they're hell of a fighters. They were actually from the 369th Infantry from Harlem, so that's where you got the Harlem Hellfighters. That's where the history comes from. That history comes back to our post. So we have that because the French consulate came to Montclair several years ago and gave our post an award for that activity that they did in France. So it's all real good stuff. So we at a situation now whereas we're trying to rebuild the post, and we're going to rebuild the post with homeless vets as well. That's our position that we want to take. So I just want to share this information with you. I'm going to let the project leader, when he gets up, and he's going to tell you more details about our post. But I just want to give you a little historical value. By the way, these 4 members that I mentioned, they are from New Street, Maple Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vera Clark, and I'm the adjutant at Post 251, 210 Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair. Since World War I, veterans have protected this country. And since World War I, we have failed them. Our goal is to show them that we care, to show them that whatever they have done for our country, that we show them respect. There is no need for any veteran or any civilian to be homeless in the United States of America. We fight other countries, but we don't fight for our own. Post 251 and American Legion, we're trying to fight for our own. Because guess what? None of us would be sitting here today if they didn't fight. We need your help. No one should be left behind. Veterans need respect, civilians need respect, and no one should be living on the streets. We ask that you consider this proposal that we have to help veterans, help our community, because everyone in here has someone that served their country, and let them know that we appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hava Athel. I'm a member of Crawford Cruise 251. I am a veteran. I've served 24 years. Part of my duties in the military was helping veterans while they were still active. After I got out, I decided later that I needed to do something to help them more, because when part of my job was trying to help them situate what they would be doing after their deployments. A lot of them didn't come back to good jobs, or they lost it. They didn't come back to big homes, and they always were looking for help. So I became a member of the post because I come from a military background. All of them from 251 Montclair. I remember as a young girl, them walking the streets of Montclair with the youth and doing things in the community constantly. Unfortunately, our elders are gone. And we're trying to build our post up to be a younger post and more involved post. I got involved with this wonderful group. It's always been a good group. And everyone here has the same motive, and that's to help veterans. Our post will be a positive thing for homeless and for the community. We are trying very hard to make sure that these veterans have some place to be. We are one of 4 posts in the state of New Jersey that are doing this project. This is a good thing for Montclair, if we can get your help. And we appreciate you giving us this time. Thank you.
Good evening, James Evers. I'm the project lead for Post 251. I'm also a member of the statewide American Legion Committee to build housing for homeless veterans, homeless and at-risk veterans. Thank you, Janice, for all the work you've done on the project over several years, and for initiating this zoning change that's very important for our project. We ask respectfully that you endorse and support the AHA zone as outlined in the plan, but there's other issues that we need as well. Key to these projects, because they're homeless veterans and it's supportive housing, and you're dealing with very low income individuals, are getting project-based vouchers. Montclair is uniquely positioned to provide project-based vouchers for this project because you have your own housing authority, and you can designate up to 20% of your vouchers for project-based uses, such as ours. Because we are fully supportive housing, we have a service provider in Soldier On that's doing this type of work nationwide. We have a cooperating agreement with Home Corps to manage the building afterwards. A lot of times in these projects, the succession, as membership changes and ages out through, there's no consistency of management. So we have a understanding with Home Corps that they'll manage the property upon completion. We have approval from the VA for this project already, we just ask that the township grant us those vouchers, the project-based vouchers, and monies from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, as is seen as it becomes available. The important thing about this project, though, is it makes permanent the mission of the American Legion. You can see from the veterans that have testified they're all about service to the community, and this project continues that mission and it makes that mission permanent going forward. John Carey's here from the Hoboken Project, and he's seen an increase in membership and an increase in the community involvement in projects of this type. So it's going to take this building that's been idle and make it more active component in the 4th Ward. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice, can I ask you a question? What does 8 project-based housing vouchers from the Montclair Housing Authority mean?
It means it would through our Section 8 program, it would be Section 8. It would be a separate request.
Hi, everybody. Am I on? Yes.
You're good.
My name is Ellie Bagley. I am a resident of Montclair for 66 years. So I grew up here. And when we talk about the diversity of Montclair and wanting to maintain it, it is racial, but it's also economic. And when I was going to school here, that was one of the things that we appreciated the most, that there were people from all different economic levels here in town. And you got a real sense of how a community can work together. So I think it's really important that we maintain that. We talk about the percentages going up and down, well, or down mostly. And it's something that's really important, and we need to pay attention to it. And now, as a senior, we're talking about the need and the desire to age in place in this town that we've grown up in, that we love. There are families in Montclair that are generational. So I'm here today as the president of the Montclair Gateway to Aging in Place to say that we fully endorse the housing plan, and we're excited about it. We see it as an ambitious roadmap to support our community's diversity through planning for an expanded array of housing options, outlining new inclusionary zoning goals, especially as it relates to ADU. We worked with Janice on that for a long time. Incentives for mixed income construction and strategies to preserve existing affordable units. The rent control ordinance that was approved during the previous administration provides for a 2.5% cap on housing rental renewals for seniors. So with that as settled law, this new fair share rental units occupied by seniors would be subject to the same rent control guidelines, making it possible for renters who are modern agers to scope out long-term housing costs. So that makes it especially supportive for people who are aging in place, so they don't have to move from the town they love. They don't have to relearn the community, relearn how to get around. It's really important that we are able to age in place. One other thing we wanted to mention was in the development of any of the new housing, we urged the township to adopt universal design as a foundational principle in all of the fair housing construction to replace the current ADA compliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
You're good.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville, members of the board, other township officials, and neighbors. My name is Tony Schumann. I moved to Montclair in 1996 with my wife, Peg Sipe, who's standing behind me. We came from New York, where we were both active in housing design and housing activism. And shortly after we arrived here, the township had commissioned a housing study. One of the things that the study recommended was the formation of the Housing Commission. I had the privilege of being a charter member of the first Housing Commission, and it was a seminal experience for me. And we got off to a very fast start. This was during the administration of Ed Remsen, who many of you will remember. We drafted and passed, the council passed the inclusionary zoning ordinance fairly rapidly, and we and I lost. I'm part of the aging population here, so occasionally I lose where I am. Anyway, we got off to a very good start, and then That continued. There was the passage of the rent control ordinance. There was the passage of the ADU. These are ADU ordinance. These are very positive steps, I think, to build affordable housing in Montclair. But along the way, there were also some missed opportunities, and there was a lot of discussion. I think Janice's report was quite good in identifying areas of opportunity. There also have been missed opportunities, and my point now is let's not miss them again. So I'm very happy, for example, to see Wildwood property still on the discussion table. That was proposed 10 or 15 years ago, and no action was taken on it. We could have had a couple more units there. The other, no, not New, well, probably New Street, but it wasn't, my point was going to be, I'm not going to take your time while I try to remember this. Maybe my wife will cede some time because I'll sit down and remember it right away. But I'm hoping that going forward, we won't miss those opportunities again, because of, we moved here like a lot of other people did because of the diversity in the town. Key to that diversity is economic diversity, and key to economic diversity is people can afford to live here, right? And so that's really my point, and I hope going forward that we will not miss any opportunity that's presented to us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we don't usually do this, but that's the history. Tony and I have been here since the mid-90s. We raised our kids here. We chose Montclair. There were other places we could have gone. I grew up in New Jersey. I went to college in New Jersey. He married into it. We chose Montclair. We chose Montclair because of its diversity, because of its progressive values, because of it was a place where people cared about each other and took care of each other, and it was where we wanted to raise a family. So, you might also remember me, some of you. I served on the planning board 2013 to 2017. I am a planner. I have the national planning certification. I even have a New Jersey license to plan. When I was reviewing one of the planning applications, one of our kids looked over my shoulder and was just completely aghast. How could you decide to do something so boring with your time? And I thought of that when we got hooked up on the difference between the obligation of the fair housing and the need. What you did is you talked about the need. What everybody who's come tonight has done is talked about the need. The obligation, right, it's a technicality, it's something that says there is no need. It's not the same. Please, when you look at what you need to do next, please do not get confused about fulfilling the obligation as it has been given to you and meeting the need. Because when I answered my son about why I chose the work that I do as a planner, it's because good planning is about meeting the need. And you have had a fantastic study done. You have a survey that just said 75%, 85% of the people in the town want affordable housing. That's new. There has always been opposition to affordable housing. Always. And it comes under all kinds of guises. Oh, they're going to destroy single-family zoning. Oh, it's going to be bad design. Oh, there are going to be so many new children, right? We've all heard it. But what really is underneath all of that is ignorance and hate. And that's not what Montclair is about. So, be good planners on our behalf. Thank you.
I should know better than to follow my wife. I remember the other point. The other missed opportunity was the areas in need where instead of 20% affordable, it got negotiated down to 10%. And I'm very pleased to see a possibility of raising it to 25, but if it's negotiated away, it's not going to mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kate Albright. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. I first became interested in housing because I wondered why the heck we still live in a segregated America when it's 50 years plus since the civil rights era. And then I discovered zoning and land use policy, and it became more understandable to me why it is that we are still segregated by class and by race. Anyway, when we talk about Montclair and preserving town character, let's talk about the best character traits, our best character traits. Our inclusivity, our diversity and open-mindedness, our problem-solving skills, and our desire to do what's right. I was happy to hear, like other people have said too, that 65% of those surveyed in the recent town survey agreed that it is very important to prioritize affordable housing in Montclair's development plans. Because we need it. After all, 42% of our renters are cost burdened, spending more than 30% of their income on rent. And we need an estimated 1,259 rental units for renter households earning less than $50,000, according to the Rutgers study. So thank you for your recommendations to distribute affordable housing throughout our town. It's not right when there are 582 affordable units in the 4th Ward, 170 in the 3rd, only 22 in the 2nd, and only 2 in the 1st. These numbers are taken from the July presentation. I know, Janice, you said there's different criteria right now. Additionally, when we zone the 1st and 2nd wards primarily for single-family homes, we price out low and middle income residents, effectively segregating the wealthy from low and middle income. And we put the burden of building on the backs of our 4th Ward residents, who have 75% of our affordable housing. So like the presentation and the draft says, Montclair has been a leader in so many ways. Let's show what more we can do. It's not enough to only create 209 affordable units over the course of 10 years when our need for rental units alone is 1,259. Let's keep our town the diverse and open town that we all love by creating the affordable housing we all need. And I agree with Housing Commissioner Christina, who said that we need transit-based development, and that's sorely lacking from the plan. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Avery. I had a couple of comments. First of all, Planner Talley made a comment about the continuation of excellent programs that we have in place now. And I would just like to respectfully disagree, because I've done some analysis of the costs, the administrative costs of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and found, numerous instances where the administrator had not conformed to our housing program. In other words, paid for things that were not either allowed or were not part of the contract. All right, so that's number one. Also, concerning the home improvement program, I recommend that the homeowner's assets should be included in determining whether or not the homeowner is eligible for that home improvement program. Now, as far as increasing density, I just want to caution increasing density if by reducing open space, because we really have an open space deficit with the conversion of Glenfield Park and Woodman Field to artificial turf, because artificial turf obviously does not sustain wildlife. And so we need to be sure to conserve open space to continue to provide habitat for birds and other wildlife. Another feature of this fourth round, despite the fact that excess unit needs have been met, it's really a drop in the bucket in comparison to the loss of affordable housing in the historically African American, formerly Red Line neighborhood D21, which is where I reside, and where currently there are no fewer than 3 enormous additions being attached to homes. And those homes were sold, I guess, cheap, because the former owners couldn't afford, to keep the house up to the standards, that people in Montclair seem to like. And consequently, what they did, they ripped out everything. See, that's what these flippers do. They come in, they rip out everything and put in everything new rather than trying to preserve some of the character. And I have to tell you, it is awful to live through, to be in a neighborhood where teachers, firefighters, policemen, DPW workers, that's where those people have lived, in my neighborhood. And those people can no longer afford to live in my neighborhood. And so at least 6 times, maybe more, I have made comments at town council meetings and zoning board meetings about the conversion of formerly affordable residences on Mission New Washington and Wheeler from affordable to luxury. So yes, it's a no-brainer. Maintain naturally occurring housing in Montclair, but this could have been done. It's a missed opportunity, and we've made a lot of mistakes, and the losses I don't think can ever be recovered. Now, and 2 other housekeeping items. The planner is including 14 Miller Street as if it would be new affordable units. But 14 Miller Street was owned by HomeCorps. It was 3 affordable units, and due to HomeCorps' financial difficulties, the town paid HomeCorps $450,000 for that property. So I don't see how that could possibly be considered to be 3 new units. And then additionally, 55 Glenridge Avenue, which is also a HomeCorps property, they're not paying real estate taxes. You go on the tax rolls, and 55 Glenridge Avenue is classified as 15F tax exempt. And then Montclair Muse, evidently there's 20 affordable units. I think it's a 40 or 50 unit building. But I went on the Essex County website, and I could only find deeds with the deed restriction for 4 units. So, so on top of Montclair needs to do better, I think that we also need to reinforce our oversight and monitoring of our affordable housing programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deirdre Malloy. First, I want to thank you for having this meeting. Janice, I want to thank you for doing the presentation. I think it was pretty thorough. And most of the things that I was going to say, other people have already brought to the table. I am former co-chair of Montclair Housing Commission. I've been in real estate and real estate development for almost 20 years. I've done some development here in Montclair for 100% affordable housing. And I just recently did a project with Soldier On for more than 40 units. Soldier On is on point. And they're an awesome organization. They provide excellent services to veterans. Their program is incredible. So I just wanted to say that. The other thing I wanted to mention is, since I'm on the Soldier On piece, the project-based vouchers. That is a specific process in which the Montclair Housing Authority, or Section 8 office needs to work directly with HUD on that, and thus far the township hasn't done that. And in that process, they need to make sure that there's no risk to anyone who's receiving tenant-based vouchers or on the list to receive. And I say that having done a thorough research on the program and also understanding the program, having monitored and managed it in my time. Now to the presentation. I want to thank you, Janice, for pointing out the people count, the 900 and something black and minority people who are no longer living in town, although you cited there were some 500 people who are, and you know, the 3% may be the case, but Christina Cotta cited it perfectly. Gentrification has occurred, and the black population in Montclair has decreased because of it, and several other reasons. Some of it has to do with Section 8, but I won't go into that. The other thing I wanted to mention is with regard to the affordable units and the count that was talked about, several of the units in that count remain vacant. 14 Miller being one of them, or 3 I should say, and then there are a few others that are vacant. So while they are slated for affordable housing, they can't technically count as affordable housing because they're not occupied. So that's something that needs to be addressed, and the whole administrative management process and relationship with the Housing Commission, the staff, and those that monitor the housing here needs to be looked at. The other thing I want to say is there should be 3 transit-oriented stations. I've done some transit-oriented stuff too. I think the 4th Ward is oversaturated, and there's too much density for transit-oriented redevelopment or development there at this point, with the exception of the New Street and some other places where the township owns property that's been vacant for a long time. And you know, if we're really serious about developing housing, redeveloping, or you know, putting more units on, then it's time to move on. I mean, I've been serving this community for 15 years talking about some of the same things, and I again appreciate you all for taking a look at these things. One last thing I will say is, it was mentioned, Janice, during your presentation about the wait list, which is another area of administrative issues I will not go into, but you made a comment saying that typically owners don't like to pull from the wait list. I'm a compliance person. I don't know what that meant, but if anybody has an affordable unit and they're required to adhere to the compliance for this region and or for the municipality's local preference, they can't say, no, I don't want a person off the wait list if they're eligible and they qualify. Just like a landlord cannot turn down someone for their lawful source of income. So if that's happening, I'm going to recommend folks stop doing that. And I'm going to also request that there be some, measures put in place to prevent people from getting away with doing it. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, if I can just address that concern.
Please, thank you.
That is only applicable to future ADUs, because people create ADUs anticipating it for families. If you do it as an affordable unit, you can't create it for your family.
That is correct.
That was my point, that you have to affirmatively market it and draw from our waiting list.
And that would go into an ordinance, correct?
Well, it would be an automatic requirement.
Right, but it
We
would
don't
need to
allow
be an
anybody-
amendment, though, because right now, the ADU doesn't require that. Isn't that correct?
Right, it's only
Okay.
because if they get deed restricted
Right.
and receive funds from the Affordable Housing
Trust
Trust
fund,
Fund, then
yeah.
they have to be deed restricted and they.
And they have to follow the compliance for the
Yes,
region.
yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and other members of the committee. My name is Victor Deming. I moved to Montclair in 1969 after I spent 4 years in the Marine Corps and 13 months in Vietnam. I've been a member of the Crawford Cruise Post for 45 years, so I'm an old man. I'm just here to support everything that the other members of the Crawford Cruise Post came before you. And I'm hoping that we can have this project completed, goals and objectives, especially since Friday I turned 80 years of age. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Elena Marzullo, born and raised in Montclair, went to the Montclair school systems. My family had a business in town for 32 years, a proud member of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, and thank you to everyone who's supporting us for this project. Just a little history. We've been around since 1907. We've fed hundreds of thousands of people in Montclair and the surrounding community. We have a 24-hour pantry on our premises. We're asking you to help us to continue to help people. In my experience, whether it's in friendships, business, in faith, nobody works alone. We all work together. And for as many times as I've been up to this microphone for various initiatives, we're also part of the community outreach program. We service Human Needs Food Pantry, Mesh Montclair, First Montclair House, every week, a different location each day. And I read the sign behind us and help us to help this community. And let's get going. I mean, it's wonderful to hear the projections from things from 5 to 10 years. We're ready now. And I'm here with members of our advisory and our leadership team from the church, and we're all in agreement to let's get the ball rolling. Thank you so much, and to our veterans, thank you for your service.
Hello, my name is Laura Almasi, and I live on Northview Avenue. I have never spoken at a Montclair public forum before, and you guys are all champions because you are still standing and all paying attention, so that's great. Thank you so much. I'd like to mention a few things. First of all, I want to echo the spirit of Sarah Avery's comment regarding the need for, I guess I'll call it responsible oversight, in conjunction with all of the wonderful intentions that we've heard about this evening. I moved to Montclair, 6 years ago. I have 3 kids, and one issue that I've been tracking since I moved here is our school district. And I believe this is accurate. I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there is a state cap of an annual 2% increase on our town's property taxes relative to the assessed value of our tax base, and that the contract for our teachers includes an annual increase that is greater than 2%. And so I don't know how closely you all follow this issue, but every year on social media and in the news or in the Montclair Local, I see information about, oh, they had to cut staff, they had to cut programs, etc. And it seems to me like we're in this kind of permanent downward spiral due to that structural issue. And so, you know, I'm just curious to know, in addition to the logistical plans and the zoning plans and all of these other programs, which many of them I support continuing, has the plan looked at that financial impact? And in conjunction with that, has anyone looked at the impact of our relatively high property tax rate in Montclair on rent rates? I have not personally dug into that, but it's another issue that I have kind of been paying attention to a little bit over the years. And I just want to make sure that someone is looking from above across the whole picture of our town. And maybe this is a bigger issue beyond affordable housing, but how do we get on top of that dynamic? And do all the numbers kind of add up and get us onto a responsible financial stewardship path? And so I hope that that is an angle that's being considered in addition to all of the good intentions that, again, like I said, I support. I also want to know that we are setting ourselves up for a stable financial future. I know that there was a recent headline that said that the school district is currently projecting a $2.5 million deficit for next year's budget. In October, there was a headline also saying that the achievement gap, looking at high school standardized test scores, is worsening. I know anecdotally of several friends whose kids at Glenfield Middle School have gone most of the year without a full-time math teacher. And, you know, like I said, my focus has been mostly on the schools because I have young kids. But I'm sure that those concerns may extend into other areas of the township as well. And so I just hope someone is looking across that issue in addition to everything else that we've discussed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Kalia Sweat. Not really feeling too well, so I'm not going to talk loud. I didn't really come here planning to speak, but to learn, so I'm appreciative for your presentation. I'm a little confused as well, though, because I believe in being as unambiguous as possible. And I heard you mention the black population. There was some back and forth right here that said it was not a decline, but yet, Ms. Talley, you mentioned you kind of clumped black people in with other populations of color, but you mentioned that the Latinos are a growing population, Asian is a growing population. I don't have the data, but just on a qualitative level, I don't see black families coming out of houses that I once saw them coming out of. I don't even see them owning the homes that they once owned. So I am definitely in support of affordable housing. Anyone with a normal human connectedness would be in favor for affordable housing. I just hope we can get to a point in Montclair. As you were doing it, I was trying to take down notes, right? I just hope that we finally can get to a point in Montclair that when we do this, we do it in a way that's relevant and fast enough to save people. We're not here, we're gone, and we're in the process of leaving. So normally when I stand at this mic, I say born, raised, and stayed. The fact of the matter is it's very difficult to stay here. It's very difficult to stay here. And I do respect Home Corp, but someone mentioned waiting lists. I've been on a Home Corp waiting list since the mid-90s. I was in my early 20s in the mid-90s, okay? And I've also been a fire victim, a displaced, unhoused person. There was no help here for me. When my family lost our family home due to vulnerability and foreclosure, the reality is I like that someone here mentioned people, because there's real people behind this. And our black residents who are in these positions, I'm not talking about the ones who own multiple properties. I'm talking about the people who are tenants here. And when things happen, when we lost that home to those unfortunate circumstances of foreclosure, even before new persons had a writ of possession or ownership of that house, they crawled through the windows and they broke in the house. Even when I called Montclair PD, I did not get any help. So I just happen to be one of those people who are willing to speak up. Most are not. I wish Montclair could do things like what Newark does and be honest with ourselves. When we recognize that we have certain populations dwindling and being pushed out or we're losing them, I wish we could create something that's relevant. I would love to buy 14 Miller Street. I would love to purchase that. Why can't we do things like that and make sure we put persons in positions to be homeowners when it's affordable? You can't even buy a house in Montclair. They're $1 million, or they start at $900. We know the historical context when it comes to black people and home ownership. So I appreciate some of the information people share, but I don't need anyone coming and speaking for my lived experience. I really don't. So I definitely am in favor of affordable housing. I wish we would do things in a way that is relevant. I appreciate the work of Home Corp, but I really hope, because that's the only thing I keep hearing here is Home Corp, Home Corp. I hope there's been some corrections there. I hope there's been some corrections there. Because when I was a fire victim and needed a new place and received an offer, people said if there's an eviction on there, they're not qualified. Well, who do you think it is that needs these opportunities? The people who have proven to not be able to afford their homes. But every time those people do the work or somebody does the work for those populations, there's always this disguise and someone comes in to represent our population. And then it's displaced and it goes somewhere else. We're losing our black population. Let me see what else I had wanted to say. Oh, I also do like the idea of preference to Montclair residents and employees. At the same time, though, most of the time that I heard someone speak at this mic, they kept mentioning the firefighters and police, and yes, that's important. But what about the people who invest in this town decade after decade after decade? It's not just that we want employees, we want people. We want people. We want those families to stay here as well. Oh, and I am interested to know, what are the races of these people in the unit that you mentioned? What are the races of those people in those units now? Therefore, we can know for a fact who we really are losing. Who are we losing? Who are we supporting? Who are we not supporting? So again, I was confused a little bit, but I was impacted when I heard the presentation, and I'm appreciative for the topic here tonight. So I just wanted to ask those, and that's a real question, because can I buy that house? If I have a pre-approval, can I get that house?
About 14 Miller Street?
Correct.
Are you on our waiting list?
Well, which waiting list? I've been on one waiting list since I was about 23.
Just for the record, we do maintain a waiting list for purchase of houses and rental units. I'm not sure what we're going to do with 14 Miller Street. I don't know if we're going to lease it to it, because it needs to be rehabilitated. But there's 3 units, and I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with it. I have to work with this council to craft an RFP is how I anticipate that would proceed.
Yeah, I wish we could start doing things
But
again
for instance, what if we
that are
created those
relevant.
13 it's a 3-family house. What if we make it into 3 condo units, so it was opportunity for 3 home ownership units in that building?
Well, you do know that's not what I just asked you, right?
What?
You do know that I didn't ask about condos. I appreciate your
No,
response.
I'm just saying,
but I wish we could do
It would be
things.
home ownership. That way we would provide home ownership for 3 families.
Yeah, but if it's a multi-dwelling and people who are in that lower tier that you mentioned want to be homeowners, have invested in this town, and they can get that house, then why would they not also want a unit that could be an income for them to maintain that? Again, cities like Newark, they do things in a way, they're not afraid to really point out who these vulnerable populations are. Not just to say it so somebody can get a grant and make money and just give jobs to their friends, but to truly save populations. That's just what and this is not for you directly, I'm just simply saying, I have not yet seen anything done here in real time that's relevant enough to save our vulnerable populations. And I'm speaking on behalf of the one that I belong to, that I'm a part of. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alan Cohn. I live, I'm a Montclair resident for the last 11 years. Co-chair of the Housing Commission, and I earn my keep doing affordable housing. I'm an attorney and have been working on affordable housing for the last 40 years. I just want to say I came to Montclair, and I think our home prices are reflecting that there are people who are buying in Montclair because of what our survey showed, because they want to live in an inclusive community, and they are moving from Brooklyn, they're moving from other communities that are not inclusive, and that's reflected in our home prices. I know lots of people, lots of younger people, who want to come to Montclair because of it, and are willing to spend more because of it. And they're not trying to price people out. They want to move their family here and bring up their family in an inclusive community. I think that's somewhat of a myth, and I think it's time that Montclair live up to its myth. I think there's other communities in the country that are showing reality. What Janet proposes with respect to rezoning religious institutions and allowing them to provide housing would go far in showing that Montclair means what it thinks it is, and that our planning board should take an active role in developing affordable housing, and not just in the Fourth Ward, but throughout our community. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Frank Burbacki. I'm a resident here in town. I live in the First Ward. A couple things I want to start with. First is my appreciation to Janice Talley. I think she's done a phenomenal job in a very condensed period of time and delivered a product that we can all work with. Throw darts at it, maybe, but we can work with it, and I think it's a fair and honest presentation to the community at large. I think that I'm generally okay with this document. I view it as a concept document. It, as everybody's pointed out, it doesn't bind us to do anything. What it does is gives us options, and we can decide as a community from the ground up what we want to do and have the time to have that conversation. What I am totally against, and I'm frustrated with, is the Housing Commission. I think their advocacy, while desired and expected to a certain extent, I think they've overstepped. And I think they've overstepped on the council in one particular way that I want to sensitize the council to, and that's the urban aid designation. Okay? Their belief, their point of view, it would be more expedient if this arbitrary and capricious designation that somehow we acquired went away. And what that would do is take away options. It would now turn what is a grassroots, bottom-up approach into expanding a state mandate from the top down for expediency. And that's wrong. The thing I can't wrap my brain around with Housing Commission, because I am frustrated with this, as you can tell, is that urban aid, I don't think they understand it. I don't think they understand how it was applied in this state. It only affects 16 counties, and out of 21, and of the counties that are pure, organic, not corrupted by these technicalities, there are only 7, and 6 of them are in the South. Not exactly areas you normally associate with urban in New Jersey, but it's a changing town. And there's Camden and other places in southern Jersey that are definitely urban. But this program was designed for certain reasons, both political and financial. And urban aid is something that it's part of a family tree called Property Tax Relief Act, the New Jersey Property Tax Relief Act. So if the Housing Authority Commission is saying, let's get rid of something that's part of property tax relief, then I think they have to do a reconciliation and explain that to me. How we are talking about affordability, but we want to rid ourselves of a program that falls under property tax relief. So I'm frustrated there. As far as the technical parts, as I shared with Janice Talley and others, and the chair of the commission, I would have preferred to see a census of who's actually in our 800 or our 755, whatever the number is. Because I believe, and I think you saw in some of the numbers tonight, we are not representing Montclair. Montclair is a town of families. I said this to the council. We are not creating housing units for families. We're creating housing units for a count. Okay? For a count. We're doing the count rather than the families because we're deathly afraid of educational costs and all these numbers, which is no longer the council's responsibility. So I'd like to understand what we're doing about family. I disagree. I don't care about race. I don't think our housing should be about race and ethnicity. I think legally we're not allowed to make it about race and ethnicity. But I'd like to know how many children are we actually housing in the units we do have? How many do we want to have going forward? Okay? And these are important questions. How many of them are young people, old people? Right now, my understanding is that close to 50% of our affordable housing is directed towards seniors. Okay, that might be great. It's an important growing part of our population, but that doesn't reflect the diversity of Montclair. So if we want to do the diversity of Montclair, we need to do a little bit more work. But this document, I can live with. It's a concept document. I think it should be submitted. I make one suggestion, though. On page 42, it's a misplaced figure that really shouldn't be in this document. One, it doesn't meet my criteria for something that needs to be submitted to the state. It's basically the projection from Rutgers. Next time, let's get the projection from Montclair State. But the projection that we need 1,259 very low income units. That's fine. I have no problem. That's the projection. I have no problem with that. It doesn't belong in this document. It doesn't relate to our fair share plan. It's aspirational. It's what we should do if we had the money, if we had the space. Okay? It doesn't belong in a fair share plan. You guys say, well, no, we're going to leave it in there, Frank, because everybody's hitched their wagon to this number. Fine. Put it on page 70. Put it in our conceptual, this is what we want to do down the road, and this is what would be ideal. But don't put it in section 6 about the fair share plan, because it doesn't relate to our fair share plan. Okay? And the other thing I would like to say, it's probably my wife telling me to wrap it up. The other thing I would like
if she doesn't, I was going to say you're getting close to the end of time.
Sorry. Everybody, I got consensus. Okay, last point is that number reflects very low income housing units. There are 3 groups. We have very low, low, and moderate. So if we need 1,259 units, 1,259 units for just very low, then the implication is we need, I don't know, 2,000? 3,000 to fit the other categories if we're going to be diverse, follow the guidelines of the state. And that's why I don't like that number. I really don't like the number, and we should just take it out. Why create a headache for ourselves? Thank you for
Frank,
your time.
can I ask you just a question just about that number? No?
No,
All right.
not
No.
at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment about this document?
I would just like to say that the Housing Commission has not challenged.
I'll let you and Mr. Rabacki argue about Housing Commission things. Yeah, we're not going to get in the middle of that dispute. We're focused solely on this document before us. Yeah, and so I don't see anybody else that wants to make public comment. So we'll consider public comment closed at this point, and we'll move into board deliberations. But I would like to give everybody a break, so let's take a quick 5-minute break if we can.
By the
Thanks.
way, the next one.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, everyone, we're back. Thanks for sticking with us. And it's time for board deliberation. What thoughts, comments do the board members have?
I would like some clarification between this document and what we are going to call our master plan. To what extent are this potpourri of things that we can do? Is this independent? It's on. Oh, I just need to turn my microphone. Is that better? Okay, well, I'll start back again. I said, my concern is I was just wondering what the connection is between what we decide tonight and the final document of the master plan. Are we making final plans to go into the master plan, or are we exploring all the possibilities from which we can draw?
Well, the document that I sent out is... It's not on, thank you. This is the draft element. This is a draft element to be included in the master plan. So that your job at the planning board is to approach this with the idea that this is the document that's going to be adopted as part of our master plan. It's your opportunity to whatever changes you want to make to this document, that you want to add something, you want to take it out, you want to change the wording, let me know, because at the end of the day, once you adopt it, this becomes an element of your master plan.
In other words, what we send in June the 2nd is basically as it is as a part of the master plan.
Yeah, yep.
Could it be amended?
Okay.
It could be amended, yes.
Okay.
At any time, in theory.
No, well, you have to,
In
there's a
theory.
process, you have to have a public hearing, I have to, when I notice for the master plan, I have to notice all of the adjoining municipalities and the county and the state, so there's quite a bit of a process.
So it's easy.
But that is the point. It can be amended at any
But it can
time.
be
There's
amended.
just steps to take.
Absolutely.
Right.
And the time to do that would also be while we review the master plan to be adopted next year.
I'm going to talk to the lawyer here, because we have to submit this by June 30th, and that's the date that the dispute, it's called the dispute board.
Yeah, the judges, the
retired
judges will hear these applications.
So I don't think we can amend it until, while it's being reviewed by the judges.
Well, they're only going to be handling disputes.
Right.
Once the council executes a resolution, we will be in compliance with New Jersey law. This is
Right.
the fourth go-round on affordable housing, and this is what the legislature came up with, including very strict timetables to get this done. So
I'm not suggesting we do amend it, or
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
getting clarity on the process.
And I don't know
And
the
that's all.
answer to that.
Yeah.
But
In
Janice
case
is
we
right.
miss something, in case we want to revise something, that's all I'm
The board can
asking.
always revise its master plan, its elements, and even its, it's called an amended master plan for that reason. So
Okay.
you can do that whenever you need to. I guess the board, we're going to do a master plan.
Reexamination.
Reexamination next year.
Yes. But
So
the-
you can do it in combination.
The difference with a housing plan, obviously, once you submit it to COA, this is what you submit it to COA, you get your substantive certification by the state. This was back in 2009.
Right.
If you amend it, you have to get COA approval. I would assume with this, if we amend the plan, at some point you have to get it approved by either the dispute resolution entity, which is the court, or DCA, because you're sending copies to both of them.
I think it's DCA going forward.
Well, according to my discussion with them today, it's the court. The
The court
DCA...
doesn't get involved in any of this.
No, they
at this
do.
point.
Because DCA is really involved with the administration aspect of it, on the
Yes.
spending plan and on your ordinances.
Right.
They're not reviewing the content of the housing plan. Evidently, that's the dispute board with the judges.
But ultimately, there is a process, right, where we could amend it if necessary.
Sure.
I would assume, it's
but-
just-
Right, we would just have to
we're
figure out the
trying to figure
mechanism.
it out.
Right, absolutely. And I would assume a more appropriate time would be with the overall master plan submission. We could figure that out, not important to figure out now, But there is a process.
It would be logical to include
Logical.
it
Right.
at that
Yeah.
point in time, because Janice has to notice for that anyway.
Right.
So to have it both considered would be,
And by
super
the way, in the
small step.
discussions with DCA, which is, it's called the Local Planning Services Unit at the Department of Community Affairs, not only are they going to be overseeing the monitoring of the plans, which is what COA used to do before they disbanded COA, but they're also creating a process where if you need to amend your spending plan, previously you had to go to the court. Now, if 2 years from now, we have an emergent opportunity and we want to amend our spending plan, this is more of a council process, but there's a process by which we go to the DCA, and they can amend or approve an amended spending plan. So honestly, these things are being discussed on a daily basis, so we don't have all of the answers. But I think that we're getting a better understanding of what the process will be.
And can I assume that an approval would, in theory, really just be a formality since we've already met our legal obligation, right? I mean, going through, so I'm just like interested to hear about whether or not an actual approval, so to speak, would even be required, since it seems like a formality
No,
legally.
there is an approval because they want to make sure that our regulations conform to state law.
Okay.
So, what we are not at risk to get, I'm sure, to be subject to a builder's remedy lawsuit. But we do have to submit our plan and our ordinances to the authorities so that, and they'll review it to make sure that what we're proposing is consistent with the laws and regulations.
Understood. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. The survey that was done, when did it close?
April 30th.
April 30th, right?
April 30th? Okay.
Although
And
we haven't taken it down yet.
No, and it was sent by mail to every resident in town.
Okay.
It was granted, it was a paper copy, but you had, it was a QR code that they'd have to have
Scan.
a phone to take the survey. But it was sent to all kinds of organizations for their mailing lists, and then to every residence in town. And we got about 1836 responses. You didn't get what?
No, I didn't get.
You didn't get the paper?
I don't recall getting the.
No, I didn't get the
I've never
paper
gotten a
either.
paper
That's fine.
document.
Well,
You said
you
they
might
got a
not know
code.
it was the survey because it was to get it done for no cost, because you can imagine sending this to every resident would be costly. It was included in, oh geez, maybe I didn't bring that. It was included in a document that was, had other things going on in town that was produced by Dr. Johnson.
It was
Yeah.
with the
Oh,
information
here it
about
is. Excuse me.
Earthfest and the sustainability.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh,
It was
okay.
this.
Yeah.
So it was sent to every resident in town.
Okay, yeah.
And it had Earthfest, Montclair
Got
Home
it.
Energy Efficiency, how the process works, Montclair Community Forestry, and every day is Earth Day. And then the Affordable Housing Survey was up here. So if you just toss this,
You
then
wouldn't
you
have
can
seen
see the survey. If you don't read your mail.
I looked too quickly and I was being
Well,
on
you
the
don't know
environmental
about the
commission.
code and how to use it and
Yeah.
all that.
Okay,
you know.
yeah.
I think a certain in-group understood
Well,
how to use the
I mean,
code.
I would take exception to that. You
No, no, no,
cannot do.
I don't mean
Yeah,
the
yeah,
in-group
yeah.
who got the survey. I'm saying that the people who got it may not have known about looking at that code.
Yeah,
and
yeah, you really have to have read this
Right,
instead of
right.
just junking it,
It
right?
should have been like separate, probably.
It should have
A
what?
separate flyer, just for
But
that.
then we sent it to every resident in town. It's,
A lot of money.
it would be oodles of money.
Yeah.
And that's just not right. I mean, we just can't just spend the money. We had, basically, the results of the survey with 1836 respondents, statistically, that's a very good outcome.
Yeah.
To derive information from it, yeah.
Both percentage-wise and just expectations around
Yeah.
what normal survey respondents usually
Yeah.
apply to, which is around 1,000. So I would
Right.
say this
Yep, it was
was
very, it was a
successful.
good, it
Yeah.
was a successful
Yeah.
survey.
Carmel,
Okay.
how was the decision made as to who got a flyer? And, because I got mine through email.
Oh, you got the survey through email?
Must
Yes.
be through the newsletter.
Maybe through the newsletter. That's what I'm saying, it went out to all different methods and
You'd also
mediums.
have to be subscribed voluntarily to the newsletter,
Yeah.
which makes sense that you are.
Yes, since you're
But
techie
that's-
savvy.
I have another question, as far as when we give money to the, for the repairs. How long can the landlords let these units go empty?
You mean
If we give them $15,000 or whatever it is
what do
allocated?
what do you mean, which units could be empty? You mean for the?
When we extend the affordability controls and we
Well, there's-
give them money to repair the units?
Okay, so they're not empty, they're occupied.
So we're giving the money while it's occupied?
Yeah, so
Okay.
usually there's an existing tenant in there, and this is the way it's worked, and their affordability controls have expired. We give them, it's a grant, and they have to make improvements to it, and we monitor that, check to make sure that they made their improvements, and we get an additional 30-year affordability control on it.
Okay.
So, this is kind of along with that. So, on these affordable units, how does the rent go up?
It's determined by state, the maximum amount, there's a maximum amount allowed by the state laws. We get a number every year. We get leases, we request this is what the administrative agent does. They contact the landlords, get the current leases, check to make sure that the increase is not more than what's permitted via state law.
Any idea what that can be? Like, what is the usual increase for an affordable unit?
How they calculate it?
No, like, is it 2%?
Is this a
10%?
discussion we could move to a different time?
Sure, I
Just-
mean, absolutely. So we're not going to finish this tonight.
Well, this is where I want to get to with the board. I mean, it's 10:30.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? We've got a deadline to get this housing element done. Not saying that these questions aren't important, but just to try and move it along, or at least to get a sense for the board. I mean, is this something that you want to tackle tonight, finish deliberations, possibly vote on it? Is it good to the point that you all are interested in that? Or is this something you'd like some time to think about? We carry it to June 2nd. What's the flavor of the board at the
Well,
moment?
I'm very decisive. I have looked at this, I have a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and I don't think this is the forum to go over all of them. So I would prefer to move this to June 2nd, and in the meantime, get all my questions answered.
I think,
How do others feel?
I generally think we're not going to have time to complete our analysis tonight, but I would like to ask some questions while things are fresh. The presentation is fresh on our mind. And perhaps we won't get through all of these questions. We're probably not going to be decisive and definitive on whether we want to vote on it as is, right? We're probably going to want to make changes, but I think we should probably have some discussion tonight.
But as you
Yeah.
said, I don't think we'll finish, so let's plan
Okay.
on doing the final on June 2nd. Is that fair enough? If everybody
Others?
else agrees, or what?
And by final, I mean, clearly we would vote on June 2nd, so it gets to the city council by
Yeah,
the 10th,
yeah.
but the discussion would happen prior to that, I mean, tonight
June,
or.
just tonight or
Tonight,
June 2nd?
and then still, but continue the discussion prior to the vote, hoping that the changes that we have now, in theory, will have made it into the potential next round.
We would have to see a revised
Right.
document well in advance of June 2nd. Would it have to be noticed 10 days in advance of the June 2nd meeting?
Because it's a continuation of this
So
hearing,
we could-
so there's no
okay.
additional notice that would be required.
Okay.
And I think that the June council meeting is actually June 3rd, not June 10th.
Oh, I was told by Demetria it was June 10th.
Okay, because someone in the back just sent me, the deputy mayor sent me and said the council meeting is June 3rd, not June 10th.
No,
I don't have my calendar.
My understanding is that the council changed it to June 10th.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
maybe
was
she didn't
told.
know. I was just telling you, okay, all right. And I don't have my calendar at all. I was just, she sent you the text too. Okay.
I don't read text when I'm up.
Is
No,
that?
I didn't either. I was in the bathroom.
Carmel, am I correct that it's June 10th?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I think.
because originally it was June
Yeah.
3rd,
Third, and it was
and I was
changed.
like, that this is never going to work.
Yeah, we can look it up on the
Well,
town website.
we'll look it up. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
important,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
if we're planning on something. Yeah.
So,
I
Janice brought to my attention, I just want to reiterate that this has got to be done in public.
Yeah.
No meetings, separate meetings, kind of thing among a group of you, 2, 3, or 4.
Right.
I just don't think it's appropriate for you to do that. So if you have questions or what have you, you can address them to Janice.
Yeah.
But it has to remain in the public
Yeah.
realm.
Right.
And so then Janice would report back to us at the meeting what those questions and what have you
think
were, so that
that's-
we're all
that's the way to go.
aware.
Absolutely. Or if
Okay.
you have any questions tonight, while it's fresh,
Yeah.
let us know so we can look into it.
I do have a comment about
go ahead.
what the public said. I think, why wasn't anything about transit development near transit stations?
Transit-oriented
just-
Transit Village.
development.
There you go,
development,
Transit
yeah.
Village,
Mhm.
as a separate item. I know it's controversial, but
I didn't feel like the planning board was interested in addressing transit-oriented, based on the conversations we've
I know,
had.
it didn't come up.
But it
Yeah,
did
yeah.
come up because
Okay,
I
sorry.
raised it at one of the meetings, and I was going to raise it again tonight because I think it's very important. And as we talked about it, I even mentioned specifically that, we've done a lot of development, and we had plans for all of our transit stations. I mentioned this.
Right.
And I specifically said we ought to revisit the Bellevue Avenue, whatever that transit station is called there, because it would lend itself to transit development. And it just didn't make your list, but I think we should, that's what I would like to have added to there specifically, because then we brushed over it. But I heard people saying that tonight, and we are missing an opportunity to create affordable units in all wards.
Right.
And we can probably, I don't know what the constraints are there, but we can get certain number in that area right up there in the parking lot where we developed in other transit areas in the fourth ward.
I think I can add some discussion about transit-oriented development, because the discussion of the potential development of the Acme site, that's within the Upper Montclair Transit Village. It's within a half-a-mile radius, walking radius. So in a sense, if that develops, that's a property that would support transit-oriented development. And the projects along Walnut Street that were identified are clearly within.
Well, that's the fourth ward again, so
Yeah,
if you
but-
want to go to a different ward, the
Right.
parking lot behind Watchung Bookstore.
So you want transit-oriented development, but not in the fourth ward, not Walnut Street.
Correct, because the transit
Okay.
development that we have is already all in the fourth. And so the reason I specifically was talking about the area right across the street from Anderson Park, where there's a very open, large area, and possibly could do some development there that would lend itself well to transit village development. We had you remember, Janice, we had a transit.
That was in the 2015 master plan, yes.
Correct, but I'm just wondering why that's still under the dust. We should be dusting these things off as we expand and try to look for opportunities in other than the fourth ward. That would be a
Right.
great opportunity. So if we had that as well as the Acme area, now we're expanding even further and having more opportunities in, all of the areas to have affordable housing. Yes, Watchung too.
And the
Absolutely.
And
we'd
the
like to
parking lot
have-
around Watchung Plaza. Okay.
Absolutely.
We're throwing ideas out there.
Yeah, I
right?
can
So-
add that. That's fine.
But we'd like them included, yes.
Okay.
And the other thing that I mentioned, and I know you said it's in there, and you gave me some examples, but I'd like it to be a little bit more specific. So when I was talking about taking the RO zones and making them more affordable, I want to give an example. I think we should give some examples where we already, like at 208 South Mountain Avenue, the Sawtell, which actually is a school for, it's a private school.
Right.
For children with autism, right? So
Right.
that's a perfect example of where they repurposed the Southwest School, and it has not changed the character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is still open and beautiful for, the houses around there. I have not heard, people complaining about the Sawtell School there and what it's done to their neighborhood. So that's a perfect example of how we can take some of the other houses along that street and other streets, but that's just an example, repurpose them. You've heard the people tonight talking about we need more housing for people with disabilities. We need housing. We did the mental health awareness walk this weekend, and so we know from the parents that were coming out in droves talking about there's no housing for, their children as they become young adults for people that are suffering with mental disabilities. And so all of those things, including the veterans, I like the plan they suggested to us tonight. I'm very much in favor of that. But we need to consider all of these, and I'd like to have them listed. So when we're talking about supportive housing, I'd like for us to mention, the housing for people with mental disabilities. I'd like to have the people that have the different specialized housing that they were talking about, co-housing, and what was the other type of housing that I had? Yes, in God's backyard housing. I like that one as well. And that's about it for the moment, but thank you.
Okay, got it.
When we look at these transit villages, we have to consider...
Tony, can you move your mic closer?
Yeah, when we consider the transit villages, we have to consider the impact on the existing development that's there right now. So you're going to have to pay for the parking for transit and parking for all those businesses. Where we did it in other areas, it wasn't as impactful because there wasn't as much codependency of that parking. So it's going to be difficult to do that. When you think about the use of the Bellevue Plaza lot for all of the businesses that are there and taking that out for a couple of years, it's impactful. So I think that you could say, yeah, we could do it, but in reality, what does that business community do in that period of time? You can't build temporary parking for them.
And there's limited space and parking up there as is. That's a
Yeah,
good
so
question.
I think that,
really
well, as long as we
interesting
consider what the impacts are to transit riders that park there and businesses. Because each, just because it's near the train station doesn't mean it's a slam dunk. You just go put a building on that parking lot, and there's a lot of other impacts that have to be considered.
The Acme lot would be a lot less disruptive if we could figure out how to do that without disrupting Acme, obviously, also, yeah.
And I'm not sure any of these things that are in this draft document are slam dunks, right? I think they all require some level of evaluation,
Maybe a
knock-on
shuttle bus to
consequences.
help people to get from other locations to shuttle
So
to the train
I think in
station.
that vein, I would support adding that personally. And just one question that was asked earlier, the township website says the council meeting's on the 3rd.
When I saw that.
So
I mean, it says it might not have been changed.
Maybe it wasn't changed.
I'm not
Maybe.
sure.
Anyway,
I'm going to have to double check tomorrow.
And if it is the 3rd and we're not finished tonight, because I don't think we will, we'll have to call a special meeting, I think.
Can you push those two applications?
Or try to push the
Don't we have
applications
time
on
to
the
change
19th,
that?
but.
From the 3rd?
Well,
Isn't there enough time
they've
to
already
change the date?
scheduled. They've already noticed. So they've already noticed for the 19th, so we can certainly let them know that we have to schedule a discussion of the housing plan first. I would suggest, let's carry this to the 19th.
To the 19th for now.
Because if the council meeting is the 3rd, then we don't have any cushion that I thought we had.
Yeah.
And we have to, and we'll just tell Alan he's going to have to push to June 2nd. So, and I'll confirm with the clerk's office tomorrow what the actual date is.
Okay.
Okay.
Us council people.
We just show up when they say show up.
So,
That works too.
okay.
Are there?
I have some questions.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we should probably just tackle, if people have really large issues we should try to address before the 19th, let's get them out now.
Get them out tonight, or just get them out in getting information from Janice, and then Janice relaying that information to the team?
What I'd actually like to, if you can give me your comments tonight, I can start crafting changes
Yeah.
to the plan, okay? And then present a revised draft on the 19th.
I have one question on the increased amount not to provide a housing unit.
Yep.
In inclusionary zoning. Where did that number come from? I know it's up from the 199 or the
I
190.
applied we adopted it in 2019, and I applied the construction consumer price index to it annually and came up to that number, which is close to 250. And I know Carmel thinks it should be higher.
Yeah, I think it should be higher because I think that
No?
if you.
He's a developer. I think it absolutely
I
should
think
be
it's
higher.
easier economically to pay the fee and not provide the unit if you look at 30 years of rent savings. So,
What?
and also, you know, if the number should be.
No, put them on.
If you're not providing a unit, the number to get out of that should equal the cost of building a unit.
It's actually the subsidy. It's not the cost. Because there's an intrinsic value to the unit. It's the amount that you need to subsidize it to create that unit.
Okay. Is that in the law, or is that?
That's practically how it works, because you're creating a unit. It's not like these are not lost leaders. You're creating a unit. There is a value to the unit. What the difference is, what you're paying for is the subsidy that's needed.
To make it affordable.
To make it, yes.
So you're taking the
It's like the
affordable
difference
rent from the market rate rent, and
Right.
that's your subsidy, yeah.
Right, so that it's not
Yeah.
necessarily strictly the cost of creating that unit, because at the end of the day, there's a value to that unit.
Yeah.
It's the subsidy that's needed that is needed to actually create that affordable unit, which is the difference between the affordable and the market.
So let me ask my question about example,
Okay.
Lackawanna Plaza.
Right.
So Lackawanna Plaza, we have supposedly 60 affordable housing units.
Right.
In my view, it makes sense not to have those units at Lackawanna Plaza. Take the money, it could be $15 million, and apply that money somewhere else in town to improve the housing stock. Instead of, brand-new units, you take and it uplifts the neighborhood. Why don't we ever consider?
Because I think
and then
But how does that get you additional?
the town gets the property taxes for a market rate unit rather than less property taxes for an affordable unit.
But where do you get additional affordable units, though, from you're improving units, right? But how do we get additional?
Some of the places we talked about. You take your $15 million, you give it to a church and let them build affordable units on their vacant land.
I think we would have a hard time spending $15 million.
We'd have a hard time spending $15 million?
We had a hard time spending $2 million.
I can't believe that.
Because when you are dictating whose backyard that affordable unit is going to, which is what we tried to do with 34 Union, just to purchase it for $1 million, the backlash was incredible. Because
I think the backlash at 34 Union might have been incredible because we were taking people who were already low-income people out of the unit to fix up the unit, and where are they going to go?
Back into the unit.
Yeah, but where do they go in the meantime? They're happy enough.
But that problem doesn't go away.
Yeah, I know. But I feel like we really need to be a little bit more creative about thinking about ways to maximize revenue for the town. And that would maximize the revenue, would bring revenue into the town because the increased property. I don't know if it's all that much, but it's money.
I personally think that it's of value to have the housing that is being developed, to have the affordable units in that housing area, and to provide that new housing. That's additional housing for one. And number two, it keeps an integrated place for those affordable units, which is not, as they did in the past, build projects that were all affordable units and are problematic in terms of the long term. So I would kind of favor that we've done a good thing in integrating the new houses with affordable units, as opposed to, and I think if it came out that we were building a number of houses and there was a partial unit that would be needed, that giving that money in that case, which I think is the way we've been doing it, to affordable, to the fund. Right, but I do kind of think that it's not been a bad thing to have the affordable units right into the newer units that are being developed. It's additional and it's integrated.
They've been really nice units, you know.
And yet, the people in the fourth ward, from what we've heard, they like their neighborhoods. They like the fact that they have their community that for generation after generation has been there. So what can we do to support that?
We have $2 million. We will have $5 million, which I think if you put that in your spending plan, we can target that for home improvements. It has to go to income eligible households, but we were doing it before and we can do it again.
And the train's already left the station for the neighborhoods that we remember in our hearts and soul. When we go to our neighbors now, it's already been, pretty much integrated with people from all backgrounds, versus when people go and they talk about how everybody was auntie so-and-so growing up in historically black neighborhoods. There are very, very, very few historically black neighborhoods that still remain, so I just don't think that, I think in terms of trying to preserve whatever that feeling is that many of us, myself included, it had to do with the connectedness of a community of people who are struggling together to achieve certain things, and it was just a familiarity. Now people that live even next door to one another don't even know who their neighbors are. So I just think that that is really, a time past that we hold on to in our hearts.
Well, I want to take an addition to that. I think basically that the Fourth Ward has done its share of the affordable housing, and that we now need to look elsewhere for putting it. I think that, we've already committed to a lot of, we've committed to Lackawanna Plaza, which I think is a little big, as we all know. But at least if we are to move forward, I think we can do those. There are other places we can put that affordable housing and leave what remains of the quiet spaces left in the Fourth Ward to be quiet spaces.
Well, Ms. Willis, can I ask you a question about that? Just in hearing the discussion this evening, it sounds like there is a desire to help people who are in the Fourth Ward to maintain and stay in their homes. So I agree with you about expanding to the other wards, affordable housing, but shouldn't we, I'm asking, shouldn't we also look for ways to help people stay in their homes?
Yes, the rehab is a very good thing. And
is it just rehab though, or is it also?
Well, no, it's not just rehab. I mentioned last week that I think that the issue of the fact that we take care of the people who are very poor and provide them rental houses, but how do we keep people who are middle income into their houses they're in? And I did mention the fact that I think that we should really pay attention to continuing to have two-family houses. And I like the comment this evening, that what it was, the question was, if you have a chance to put a three-family in a building, is it better to have three separate people who get helped and get a lower rent, or is it better to have at least someone who can own that house and stay there? Well, one of the things I have found is that, and I think Carmel mentioned it last week, that people who have these smaller houses, they have tenants and they're not raising the rent every year, and so that this is a kind of a natural affordable housing area of this two-family house, because I think that's the value, and to sponsor more of that would be helpful.
So your suggestion is the three-family house we own on Miller Street is sell the property to an income-eligible household, and they can rent out the 2 units, but those 2 units would have to be rented as affordable. We'd have to, the deed restriction, and then they'd have to pull it from our waiting list.
Then that doesn't make sense, because it's, and then how do they have our normal property tax that they would be paying?
No, because it's deed restricted.
So what is, so
if we're selling it, it's deed restricted.
so you still pay property tax. on
Yeah,
the
but it's
deed.
just reduced.
It's reduced taxes, yeah, but you're still
Yeah.
paying property tax, which go up every year, as we know.
I do believe that when we give money to people to do the work, that it should be affordable.
Absolutely.
I honestly agree with that.
Absolutely.
But there's a natural market which is affordable, which is not in that. And that is not something that we need to change.
And is that something we want to mention in this, that we recognize that there's, as we talked about, a natural market for two-family houses that tend to have, not, I won't say underpriced, but not the same accelerating market rate rents. I've had a tenant in my building for, it's her 10-year anniversary. She has a 2-bedroom apartment. It was started out at $1,300, and it's like, I just raised it because of rent control to $1,500. So in 10 years, it's gone up, what? How much is that? Nothing. And my, experience with the other landlords that I know is they all do the same thing because they don't want to be changing tenants every year.
Right.
And it serves everybody. And so I think, you might want to mention that. And the other thing you might want to mention is rent control. I don't think rent control is mentioned here as being a way to keep certain people.
I think there's a couple sentences about it in
A
there.
couple of, that might, higher the profile there.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
many units are rent control? You said you'd find out. That's kind of curious.
I have it.
Yeah. So that kind of thing we might want to mention. If you're talking about the whole housing picture,
over,
that's
yeah.
a big picture. That's a big, part of the housing profile.
And Janice, you had also mentioned, and I don't know where this board was with that, because I heard some people that seemed as though they were in favor and some that had some questions regarding people that are in the houses that are, by virtue of size and location, more affordable, not being able to just put on, large developments or come in and turn them into McMansions as they have been. And I personally am in favor of doing something to try to not have that happen, because I think that in terms of, basically gentrifying the neighbors, like Miller Street and like Hartley, and in that area, we've seen a lot of that already,
Right.
where people came in and took $250,000 houses and put some siding on it and a couple of bathrooms, and now they're $800,000 to $1 million. So I would be very much in favor of what you were talking about in terms of trying to think of ways to prevent that from happening. I think that's the largest thing that's causing gentrification of historically black neighborhoods.
I don't know, that troubles me.
I know, that's why I'm saying I don't know
It
where
just
other
troubles
people
me.
are. We
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
discuss it
I
though,
just,
because I think she's planning on putting it in there unless
Yeah.
people say, no, they're not interested. That's why I raised it, so we can have that discussion.
Plus, the other thing, there's a big gap, I guess, I think it's in there, about the difference between, white wealth and black wealth. There's a huge, big gap. So what we want to try to do is create some kind of generational wealth, that, black people who own these houses, they go up in value and they can pass them on to their children. I don't know how we address that in this, but I think that's an issue that's silent there, and it is a big issue. And here we have a population, you're saying it's not so much anymore. That was a traditionally black population in the 4th Ward, and what have we done to try to help them create generational wealth? And I don't know. I think by restricting their ability to sell and to build on their houses is not really fair. But
Generational stability.
Yeah.
I think generational stability is one of the issues, because as the property increases in value, the taxes increase, and the only way that a person who hasn't got a lot of money can stay there is to sell the house. I mean, to not go under, is to sell the house and
But the
get that money
houses
and
are
go to North
already,
Carolina.
the $250,000 houses that they bought in whatever are already now assessed at $600,000 or whatever.
That's
So
my point.
just because of them being there this long, they've already, earned a ton of.
They only
And-
earn
and
it
that's
if they
without the
sell it.
addition.
If they sell it,
That's what I'm
correct,
saying.
correct.
That's
Yes.
only stability
well, that's
is
like
that you-
everybody.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say one more thing? Okay, there's a lot about home court in this plan, and yet I feel like we need to have a separate discussion about what's going on with home court. I mean, probably not
The only
for
reason is
public
because they own 62 affordable units.
They own 62 affordable units
And-
where there's 200 people that live in them, right? In 13 buildings. So they own a lot of property, they house a lot of people.
Right, so they're in
And
a-
yet, we have, tax sales of their.
Yeah, I know,
Which to me is outrageous, but.
I don't know what to say. I know
don't
that
know what to
it's a valuable asset, and I try to emphasize that it's important that affordable housing asset be protected and
Yeah.
maintained.
Yeah.
And I know Home Corps is trying to come up, they have a plan, so they're working on it. They appear to be much more, I think that they're in a much better position they are now than they were last year or the year before.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, she seems their executive director now has turned
right,
things around a
so
lot.
I'm
yeah.
hoping that they've changed course.
But how can we help them? Instead of just,
Yes, well, how can we help them?
Can they?
I think we can help them by, they've explained what they want to do. They want to build some affordable units, ADUs, behind their properties on Miller Street. They want to actually want to purchase another property near William Street to kind of create 6 more units there, because some of their land there, they can build, if they move their parking, they've got room to build another building over there. So they're looking to increase their numbers and provide more moderate income housing, because all of their income housing is low. So they're coming up with a plan, and all I'm trying to do is listen and work with them. In addition, they have some ideas on again, using our home rehabilitation funds, using our extension of affordability controls funds, because they do have a number of buildings where the affordability controls have expired or will expire in the next couple of years, and we can work with them on that. So we give them funds to help fix up their units. I don't have a magic answer. I'm just trying to help them and work with them.
I think that we should not have any type of development going on anywhere in the township that is going to prove to be an environmentally detrimental development. And I think by taking the backyard space, a little tiny bit of green space that is behind these houses in a neighborhood that is extremely densely populated now, and adding more density, I think is extremely selfish, and I think is short-sighted, and I don't think that we should allow people to come in and just, throw ADUs in an area where it's going to have a negative effect in terms of environment. We should be encouraging people to plant trees. They have a garden behind one of them. We want to encourage them to expand and make that flourish, the garden. We don't have a supermarket. There's a great chance we won't have one in that neighborhood for many years to come. And so I just really think that I am all in favor of trying to offer some other suggestions to them, but I'm not in favor of saying, yes, go ahead and put these things in there that are going to harm the environment.
If you're speaking of Miller Street, I'm certainly in agreement with that. That's the street that's already very congested, narrow street, no place to park to begin with, and it's already fully utilized. I don't think that adding more to that street would probably be all that helpful to the neighborhood.
Would it help to have a site visit? Because we were going to do that before.
Only if we're going to plant trees.
Well, I like the garden idea. I like the fact that there was a garden there that people
Actually, the
could-
garden's on our property. That community garden's on 14 Miller Street.
Oh, okay.
We
I
own
like
that.
that garden. I think it's a nice
It's a
thing to
nice
have there.
garden.
I don't know, in my view, I'd rather have affordable housing than community gardens. But
I'm
I
just
mean,
looking
just
at that particular street.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, just in terms of open space, you talk about building on Wildwood and New Street. We have a stormwater issue, so we need open space to absorb water. So I wouldn't build on any of that. We should keep our space open, just like you're saying. Only this is Wildwood, New Street. What was the other one?
The Wildwood property's next to the park, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
so you keep the
right
whole thing.
there.
It's a great,
Yeah, yeah.
great resource for.
Except it's right in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's got houses on both sides on Wildwood Avenue. We're not talking about developing the entire property,
Right.
but just the portion that fronts on Wildwood, so it would fit
Yeah.
it would look like the other houses. Would fit.
But the trade-off is you're building on what's now open space, which
Yeah,
I
but
think
see,
that.
we got Brookdale Park, which is pretty big open space there.
I
so
agree, I agree. Yeah.
This is a kind of a,
Philosophical difference.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, could we add a statement, kind of an overarching statement to this document that talks about some of these, the balancing of different interests, and say, again, these are options for housing, options for affordable housing within the township, but they, whichever one we pick and whichever approach we pursue, we need to balance some of these other concerns:
Right.
stormwater, the environment, trees,
Most certainly.
Ownership.
ownership, yeah, and parking, as Mr. Ian Wally raised, there's none of this. While this is a housing element, none of it can be looked at myopically, right? There's other considerations here, and I think we should be cognizant and write about that and acknowledge it up front.
Yeah.
Can I ask, just going back to the property on Miller Street and the potential ownership, clearly, if we're looking to meet certain statistical regulations, which we're not in this point, then ownership is not a reality, right? But if you want to close the wealth gap, the racial wealth gap, and the generational wealth gap, then it has to be ownership. So, but clearly, if you have like, 3-decade-long deed restrictions, it's going to make that, problematic in terms of a generational wealth thing. Could we do like limited deed restrictions? I mean, does it make sense to nothing like that? You can't do like 10-year.
Not for 14 Miller because we purchased it with the Housing Trust Fund.
Okay.
So it has to be used for affordable housing as recognized by the state of New Jersey. So it can be rental.
Right.
Or it could be sales.
Right.
But either way, the rental comes with a 40-year deed
40-year.
restriction, and the
Okay.
sales comes with a 30-year deed restriction.
Okay, but so there's no opportunity. But in theory, other properties
Right.
do we have that power to do
Not-
limited deed restrictions?
No, not
10-year,
really.
nothing
I mean,
like
we
that.
could, but it would be separate from affordable housing that's recognized by the state.
Okay.
Like, that would be along the lines of workforce housing. But I want to say is, with the affordable sales units, they still appreciate in value. It's there's when they decide to sell, and they don't have to own it for 30 years or 40 years, but there's a formula for calculating the maximum resale value. So they do get money back. It's just, it's not, if the market,
It's not what it is today.
It's not
It's
like
like-
what it is today.
Yeah.
It's still capped.
Yeah.
So essentially what they're doing is I think, Carol, you said it creates financial stability and generational stability, but not generational wealth.
Just in that vein
Thank you.
also, when they sell it, do they have to sell it to somebody who we deem needs affordable housing, or they can sell it to anyone?
The township has the right of first refusal. So first of all, we could buy it back from them for the maximum resale value. And then, we can fix it up and then resell it with new deed restrictions. Or they can sell it to somebody who's on our waiting list for the maximum resale value, and we don't have to get involved. Or they can sell it for market value, but they only get to take 5% over the maximum resale value, and anything above that, between that and market, goes into our housing trust fund. So,
Deed is still in place for the next whatever. If they sell it within 30
And
and it's a
that-
40-year deed, it's another decade still on whoever purchases
right, and that requirement that I talked to you about, even if the deed restrictions expire, that provision, that right of first refusal and the max, that goes to the first sale after, the deed restriction expires.
Got it. Thank
So
you.
we always have the option to purchase those units.
That's good.
Couple of comments I wanted to get into, Janice. I missed the garages being eliminated from demo in the dock. Obviously, I'm going, as Vice Chair of HPC, I'm going to push back on that. I think in general we do a good job of balancing interests, and the council, whenever perhaps we start exceeding our authority, can always take that right away from us.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important because, some of these structures are 100, 120, 150 years old. These garages are built with materials that you can't find anymore. We generally try to find a balance between demo and, maybe building off of the current design. So I would push back and say that should not be eliminated.
Maybe
from the element.
recognition of special sensitivity to adapt those historic garages to create ADUs. I mean, I hear complaints all the time about the costs. It's so expensive to build an ADU, and the HPC, that's what I hear from applicants. So maybe if we came up with a process where there's a way to handle those additions or those conversions of those garages to an ADU sensitively. Not required.
I still don't think it should be taken out of our purview. I think that,
I'm not saying that.
So I think the HPC should still it should be in our purview to review the demo, and typically what we do is recommend a way to do it that balances both
And not
interests.
requiring a structural analysis, which can be expensive,
Okay.
know.
I mean, it depends, obviously, right? Because we've had a structural issue, and the solution that was brought to us didn't fix that structural issue, but that's a whole different situation. Anyway, that's my comment on the garages. I had a question on the inclusionary zoning ordinance. The increase from 20% to 25%. In general, it sounds logical to me, and I tend to be supportive of an idea like that, but having a 20% requirement has not impacted development in this township at all. Would there be an impact if it were 25%? Would we be hindering smaller developers from
Yes,
being
you
able to
would,
work?
but that only applies to use variances. So the idea being that somebody who's applying for a use variance or a density variance, because of the very nature that a variance, the affordable housing set aside should be a little bit higher than what applies to everybody else.
I'm fine with that. Then a question we discussed at the beginning, I had asked about the 8 dwelling units, eliminating the
Right.
density requirement. Similar question, are we impacting smaller developers, smaller property owners if we eliminate that restriction, that it becomes 4 units, 2 units, they could.
No, see, the requirement is still a net increase of 5 units.
Okay.
Or 4 units if it's a use variance. The issue, this has nothing to do with what that triggered. This has to do with there's an exemption for low-density development. All this does is it eliminates the exemption for low-density development. Because quite frankly, you know, if somebody has a development where the minimum lot size is 1 acre, they could come up with a plan where there's a small accessory dwelling unit. Maybe they can make the accessory dwelling unit the affordable unit. I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit odd, but what it would do is it would require them to address an affordable housing obligation, which under normal circumstances they wouldn't be required to have. And maybe in that instance, it would be a time when you apply the in lieu of payment because it doesn't make sense to develop it on that site. But at least they would be required to either provide it on site or pay the in lieu of payment because they're not exempted slowly because it's a low-density project.
Anybody have any thoughts on that? Support or? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're quite.
So, okay.
Maybe that's something we talk about at the next meeting.
Okay, we can get that at the next meeting, but.
I think Jacob has to be here because it was his suggestion.
Because currently, IZO requires a minimum density of
Excuse
8
me?
dwelling units per acre, right? So we're eliminating that requirement, is what we're
The
saying.
recommendation or the suggestion was to eliminate the minimum density so that if you have a low, basically,
Yeah.
we've seen a couple of those. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes there's a project that has a density of less than 8 units per acre. And right now, they don't have to provide affordable housing.
And again, it seems logical to me. I wonder what the unintended consequence of that could be. Okay, I'll have to consider that some more. I had a question about the American Legion. What zone are they in currently?
C1,
They're in C1. Okay, so the C2 changes don't apply to them
No.
that you'd recommended.
no.
Okay. And then I had a question on the C2 change about eliminating the minimum dwelling size of 500 square feet. You were saying that could be taken care of by the current calculation?
Yeah, the density requirements basically trigger that. We don't have a minimum, like none of our other zone districts have a minimum unit size. It's just this antiquated C2 zone that refers to a 1973 HUD document. And if you go to that 1973 HUD document, it has a minimum dwelling unit size of 500 square feet. So it's somewhat antiquated, and I think we should probably bring our C2 zoning up to par with like our C1 zones.
Go ahead.
Because like the Walnut Street area is a C2.
Yeah.
We don't want it C1 where it would be 6 stories high.
I'm not talking about 6 stories.
Ask me, tell me what the height is for a C2.
For the C2, I think it's 37 feet.
So it's 3 stories,
Yeah.
pretty much. Oh, okay.
All I'm talking, there's some,
I
there's
got you, I
some
got
language
you.
that requires,
Yeah.
there's some antiquated language in there that really
Okay.
needs to be cleaned
Yeah.
up. That's all.
So can I ask one more question? So, just use Union Con as an example, okay?
Yeah.
So they own, I don't know, 4 properties, and if that affordable housing overlay was applied to that site, and they have 1 vacant lot, and then they have, I asked you this in an email, they have the, whatever, the school, the nursery school. Could they then rehab the nursery school and build however many affordable units, build a multifamily or rehab it to be a multifamily, and they could also then use the vacant lot and make that a multifamily. So in that one site owned by that one entity, they could have, you know, at least maybe 2, 3, or 4-story buildings with affordable housing?
No, I think what the idea is that we haven't written the zoning for that. So number one, I think the idea is that if you do it as an amendment, make it a permitted conditional use.
Yep.
Allow adaptive reuse of existing structures for multifamilies, such as where the preschool is. That would be one thing. If they want to do new development, then you'd have requirements that if they want to build on the vacant lot across the street,
Which is big.
which would be big, then you might have requirements for new development would have to be designed as a single-family house to appear like a single-family house. Maybe it's really a 2-family house or a 3-family house. We've got a couple of those. But it has to look like a single-family house and function like a single-family house. So I think the new development would be different from adaptive reuse of their existing structures.
Okay, because I think, you know, reading the document, that was not clear to me.
Okay.
Okay, so that needs to be made clear.
I think again, those details will be worked out in a zoning ordinance if that's the direction you want to go in.
And that's what you need to say.
Yeah, and I think that would be
Yeah.
helpful to put in here is that, you know, again,
Yeah.
these are general concepts.
Yeah.
There's still details that need to be figured out, especially
Right.
zoning. And
Yeah.
zoning, you know, ends up being something that the council has quite a bit of input on.
Yep.
And that's one
Okay.
of my concerns about the finality of this in a master plan,
Yeah.
because it does get a little complicated.
Right.
And I just want to say that I'm a great fan of HomeCore, and I am just concerned that, I think according to the document, a part of the issue is that there are people who own their, or are living in their HomeCore housing is not able to pay their rent due to a number of issues. And since they don't have a payment in lieu of taxes option that the new builders get, and they don't have the comparative, almost all of their stuff is affordable, as opposed to having the market rate housing to balance it against as the new developments do. And in fact, that they're dealing with many times old housing that needs repairs and all the things that the new developers get 30 years to do what they want until.
Right.
So it seems to me that HomeCore has a burden
Right.
that needs some special attention.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how to solve that, but I must say that I really do think that HomeCore is a good thing, and in general, and I would love to see them survive.
I mean, one other thing we could do, I didn't put in the housing plan, is you could make those HomeCore properties an area in need of rehabilitation and do a redevelopment plan that includes all of their properties so that they would be treated separately. It wouldn't give you a pilot because it's an area in need of rehabilitation. I'll have to do some
Yeah, but
research
something,
into
you know,
that.
something, because I do think
Yeah.
HomeCore is a good thing to have.
Yeah, so we can look at some additional ways to do that.
What about giving them some more resources that we haven't, you know, like money from our pot?
Absolutely.
Because really, and I've been very supportive of them over the years. Certainly, they are not the HomeCore that I used to work with in 08 moving forward, but I would like to give them every opportunity to succeed. But I don't want to do it by adding ADUs. I would much rather give them some money from, you know, our pot than to just throw up ADUs. And maybe they can take that and figure out how to pay off some taxes and then get on their feet.
I think the money that we give them has to be used for actual rehabilitation.
Okay, so they need
So-
some rehabilitation.
Which we've been trying to do for years, so
Oh.
hopefully they're in a better position, and they've improved the way they operate and
Yeah,
manage their
yeah.
units, so we will be able
Yeah.
to do that.
No, I hear you, and I'm aware of, the years, but I'm just saying, from what you're saying and other people, it sounds as though we're believing that they're in the right, going in the right direction now. And
I hope so.
if we're believing that they're going in the right direction now, then, maybe we can take another chance. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like 3 strikes, you're out type of thing. For me, it's not.
Right.
If somebody has done, a service, providing services here, I'm just saying that I would rather not do the 3 strikes, you're out, and give them some more money and see where they end up than to just
Right.
take over the tiny bit of spaces in the backyards and build additional dwellings.
Okay.
Just along those lines, we've seen their balance sheet, and, they have an outstanding debt for taxes to us.
Yeah.
Why can't we just waive that? I mean, that's,
If the count, we can do
I
that.
know, that we should waive that, and then, it's a significant amount of money, and that'll
See
help.
where-
And
And
then
I
we're
know
not
one of the
giving the
things that
money,
they-
we're just waiving something which, if this were the corporate world, that would have been written off a long time ago. So I don't know where it is on the township's books, but it
Right.
would have been written off if it was, a
Only
normal
if they promise
corporation.
not to put any ADUs. And I'm not against ADUs. I think that there's a place for ADUs. If
Right.
you have space in that street, talking about no parking up there at the Bellevue Avenue lot, the Miller
Yeah.
Street is a narrow street, and it has a historic feel to it.
Have we totally exhausted?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've had our
probably,
say
but-
tonight, it's almost what?
But is there, it's almost 11:30, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, is there anything else that folks want to raise tonight? And if things, pop into your minds, or I know, there's other things that are on Councilor Lockman's mind, please send them directly to Janice. And she can evaluate, respond, get things back into a new draft for us. And even if it's got a placeholder or two of how does the council, or how does the board want to handle one option or another, we can discuss it at our next meeting.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds
Okay,
good.
so we will carry this to May 19th with no further notice.
Well, are we doing May 19th even if it turns out that the June 3rd meeting has been moved to the 10th?
Because, we've got to pick tonight.
Yeah.
Because we've got to announce it publicly, and this is our public announcement that we're moving
gotta
it to
be-
the
yes.
19th. Regardless of when the town council is going to meet, the township council will meet. We will pick this back up on the 19th.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Oh,
hang
not
on,
yet,
hang on.
hold on.
Oh, not yet.
Almost.
Oh,
Somebody,
man, I was so close.
somebody's got to get
We
paid, Mayor.
don't,
Yeah.
there's no, we have no committee reports. We do have bills, though.
Motion to approve the bills.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
Mayor,
Motion to adjourn.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Janice, which
Thank you, everyone.